It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
29 degrees right now.
A little chilly.
We are going to have a wild swing in temperature, though.
I hear we're going up.
Possibly
Way
mid-50s.
up.
Yeah, between 50 and 55, depending on where you are in Rochester. And that's just the beginning, baby, because we have a high in the 50s every day until Sunday.
Then it tanks.
Yeah, okay, we'll get to that.
Tankola.
Yeah. And I do want to talk about this phenomenon as we open up the show here. But before we do, if you've joined us via our live stream, which you can get on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. On YouTube and Twitch at the Break Room WCMF, you may notice that there are some new decorations here in the studio.
It's like a backdrop.
Yeah, behind my head here. We have been fortunate enough to have been gifted the hottest Christmas present in Rochester this season.
Yeah, what we got?
Hanging over my shoulder, if you're watching the stream, you can see it, is Kimmy's shirtless firefighter husband's calendar.
Right over your head.
Mr.
Yeah.
August.
Yep.
Yep.
Hot beef.
Be August all year round.
Oh, it's always hot when Kimmy's husband is shirtless in the break room. So from this point on, until we lose our jobs, when you tune into the live stream, not only will you get to see our beautiful faces, you'll get to see a tiny, tiny version of Kimmy's shirtless husband in firefighter pants.
So that means if that stays up, I will be looking at her shirtless husband more than Kimmy looks at her shirtless husband.
Yeah.
You
Well, no.
Yes, I mean, we do this show.
4
You don't
hours a
look.
day.
Yeah.
Do you look at your husband 4 hours a day?
He is shirtless quite often,
I mean, can you blame the guy?
Yeah, I guess.
but probably not 4 hours straight.
I also love how Tommy's like, oh, can you believe it? Like, this isn't what you've been wanting since you first met Kimmy's husband. All right, so again, we brought up the fact that it's going to be in the 50s, high in the 50s in the next 3 days. And it is supposed to be today the most gorgeous day in months because there's not going to be any rain or anything.
It's going to be like an early spring day.
You got it. All right, here is your warning. And you got to keep this in mind over the next couple of days.
Get your tea time in early.
We'll talk about that in a sec. Do not fall for pump fake spring.
No.
Well, it's. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
what are you going to do?
Don't put away the winter stuff.
I mean, you're not going to fill the pool.
Now, here's the thing. You go, you're not going to. People don't. No, they do. Because I know there are people, and I've been reading it online the last couple of days, talking about, wow, this winter's been mild. I can't believe it's so done. Or, oh, wow, I can't believe we're already into spring already.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, done.
Everybody put your summer jeans on.
I got mine on.
Yeah, you're wearing your summer jeans.
Yeah.
Kimmy, it is mind-boggling to me, and we talk about this every year, every season, the weather forgetfulness we have here in Rochester. It's like that Men in Black thing with the blue and the flashes, right?
Eliminates your memory.
Exactly. Every year, we tend to forget that there will be a snowstorm in October of some sort. Every year, we tend to forget that it will get into the 90s in the summertime. And every single year, we completely forget that there will be pump fake spring, and you can't get all excited for 3 days in the 50s in February. Because, I know. Are you planning on doing anything outside over the next couple of days?
Yeah, I have a mountain of dog crap in that backyard. And I went out there the other day, and you had to, pry it off the grass. Okay. So I go, I can't get it off the grass yet.
I meant, did you barehand it? Did you try and barehand pry it?
What, did you do what?
Barehand it?
No, I got gloves on. It's freezing outside, man.
I love how that's your concern. The poop is cold, not its poop. Because you revealed on the show last summer.
If I'm in the yard and when she takes a dump, I just pick it up and chuck it in the woods barehanded, yes. But your hands are dirty.
It's poop.
And it's your own baby's poop.
You don't have a baby.
Yes, I do. I have a fur baby.
No, you have a dog. We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again.
And I have a weird relationship with dog poop. It doesn't bother me. I can handle it.
No,
That's fine.
Fine. Good for you.
It's not. It's a weird thing to brag about, though.
Yeah, nobody else called up in support of you and was like, hey, I also barehand dog crap.
No, but if my neighbor Ted took a dump in the yard, I'd be calling the cops. I'm not touching it.
That's a good thing. Good thing.
The question I was asking you initially was not, are you barehanding dog crap? Like when I say stuff outside, are you going to hang out outside socially this week?
No, because it's at that weird weather and time where, why? I mean, I could smoke a cigar, but I'm out. Okay. I could sit and have a drink outside, but my wife's, it's going to be too cold for my wife.
Okay.
And then you got to drag everything out.
Hold on.
So I'm not doing it.
Hold on.
But
you said too cold for your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you really meant to say?
Absolutely. I can't sit outside bare-chested and join a cocktail. Sucks.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the minimum outside enjoyment temperature in Rochester? Because I know you. And I know for you it ain't 55. I know 55 is
Well, I
still
hate
too
the
cold.
cold.
I know, but see, 55 is
And
not
everything's,
cold.
but
everything's also muddy and crappy out, too.
yeah. But I would also say this time of year, 55
It's a
is
different
much
55.
more enjoyable than like October 55.
That is true.
No, I agree with you 100%. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
For Tommy, 55,
Yeah.
even this time of year, is still freezing.
Yeah, it's cold.
Because this morning, Tommy walked through the door in an overcoat, a jacket,
He's got his layers.
and a turtleneck sweater. And you're going to walk out of here, and it's going to be 50 effing degrees this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really cold this morning.
No, it wasn't. It's 30. It's like 30
That's
degrees
cold.
right now.
It's
No,
pretty cold.
it's not compared
That's
to what.
freezing.
frosty.
That's below freezing.
Below
Even water
freezing?
says I'm not doing it.
Oh, my God. 30 degrees
It's
this time.
paralyzing.
Paralyzing. Bro, I walked out this morning. It felt like a heat wave. Like 30 degrees this time of year is balmy.
Like I couldn't breathe. Like the pain in my throat.
God, what I would give if you would just stop breathing. You have no idea. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about pump fake spring. We're right in the middle of it. It'll be highs in the 50s the next couple of days. Looks like today is going to be the most beautiful, if not tomorrow. But when it comes to the temperature, it needs to go outside. Kimmy, you like to jog.
Yeah, but it's got to be pretty warm for me to get out there and jog.
So you're not a 55-degree jogger.
No, it's a 60 and up minimum.
Why?
Because I don't like to like layer up when I'm jogging.
You don't get hot enough when you're jogging where 50 degrees will be fine?
I'm not a big sweaty person. Like I don't sweat a lot. I don't get hot easily.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like, I
women
could live
don't
in a
sweat.
desert.
No, but you're the only two people who aren't going to actively try to be outside today, Friday, and
I mean,
Saturday.
I'm going to walk
Yes.
the dog and stuff like that,
Yeah,
but I
short
wouldn't say
amounts
I'm
of
going to go
time.
take a hike. No.
You walk the dog in cold weather anyway, right?
yeah.
So it's not like wow, you're not itching to get outside and do something because
Right.
it's going to be in the 50s.
I'm not going to do a spring activity. If that's what you're asking me.
Thank you. That's the perfect way to
Not
put it.
doing any spring stuff.
Okay.
It's all clean up and dog walk.
But here's the thing.
No smoking, no drinking, no cussing or farting.
You love outside, right? You'd rather be outside with everything. I would
Yeah.
think a guy like you, even though you are a puss-ass, bitch-ass cold puss, would take every opportunity to get outside when
Here's the problem. Everything's put away. Like everything's in the garage or in the basement. I'm going to like start dragging stuff out for like that one afternoon for an hour of enjoyment.
See, but here's the thing. That's another problem with you.
Right.
It's like everything's got to be put away. Everything's got its place. Don't do it at all if you're not going to do it
Like
right.
the patio's wrapped up.
Did you hear what you just said?
Right.
There was a time in your
There
life
was a time.
where you were drinking and cursing and shooting fireworks with your friends in their 30s and going to water parks unplanned in the middle of the day.
Yes.
And you just looked at me in a turtleneck sweater and jacket and said, the patio has been put away.
Yeah, it's done.
Why put it away?
Because you gotta
doesn't
wrap it
get
up for the winter.
Yeah,
Don't.
it gets ruined.
My
in the-
patio table and chairs and my
It
couch.
doesn't get like rusty.
No. Well,
He doesn't care, man.
it's not made out of metal.
He's just this old man.
What are you talking about?
Hey, at least I sit on it. Just move the dead dog. No, I like to keep things nice. It's all tarped up, wrapped up, and done.
You tarp and wrap. How many layers of product are on your patio right now?
2. So the cushions are in the basement. Then I wrap it in the tarp, and then I put the old covers over them.
Okay.
So you can't see that there's a tarp underneath it. 'Cause
Wait.
my wife thinks the blue tarp looks ugly, so I had to put the old covers
Tarp
back on
over
it.
a tarp.
A cover over a tarp, so
Okay.
you don't look at the tarp.
Are you listening to what you're saying right now?
I know.
Who are you?
I'm a tarp guy.
No, like
You can't untarp the tarp before it's untarping
It's a
season.
pain in the ass, man. Because then you got to wrap it back up.
I'm with you.
It's a production.
No, you're not with him. You do the same thing.
No, we put all of our stuff in the garage, and it doesn't come out again until spring.
Yeah.
Like the weather's actually gonna
Not
stay
old
warm.
weather Joe over here.
Old weather Joe.
No, but here's the thing.
What?
So like tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday or
Good-
Saturday.
Yeah, you got some nice weather.
I got the deck, right? And
You
I've got
don't
my
even
stuff
use
out.
the deck.
Bro, you know what I'm going to do? Just to spite
What
you,
you
I'm going to
gonna
go out. I'm going to go out, wipe down my chairs and my table, and I'm going to enjoy deck time in the 55-degree weather.
I'm jealous.
And I'm going to soak the sun in because you know what?
What?
I'm not a bitch-ass bitch who's got to put all my stuff away in the wintertime. All that stuff's all weather anyway, man. It's all season.
Yeah, but it won't last.
Well, yeah. No, God forbid. Like, what makes you think you need it to last more than, like, 7 years?
I got to get another 30 years, 40 years out of it.
Would you buy 5 VCRs? Bro, like, if you get 7 years
Yeah.
out of your body, like, you should be tarping and covering your body every night before you go to bed and try to extend the life of that. Like, you don't need to worry about the long game of your patio man. Like, seriously,
I might be the only person that puts a fire pit away.
What, you put it away?
Yeah, I break it down, put it in the garage.
It's fire!
I know, but the top's like, it's a nice top, so.
Why don't you just tarp it?
The weather.
Oh.
Yeah.
There are probably all-weather covers that you could just put over it.
You could, but
Seems
I like
easier.
it. So the fire pit is broke down and covered up, and the cover that comes with it, I wrap the top on.
Bro, do you
But then, like, I can clean. Everything's off. I can clean everything in the spring. I can power wash it off.
Yeah, you can clean outside. That sounds great.
No, the patio. Then I seal her up nice.
Oh,
We're good to go.
Hey,
so by August, we're ready to just start enjoying outside.
Do you sweep your driveway?
So I did yesterday. So there was a whole bunch of crap at the end of the driveway the plow guy had hit.
Okay.
So I did. It's so funny you bring that up. I actually did sweep part of the driveway yesterday, just to get the crap off.
You only have so much time left on this planet.
Yeah, but it's a nice little exercise. Get a little sweeping.
It's not exercise.
Sweeping is
No,
exercise.
It's not. Sweeping is not exercise.
You look at it. You never see a fat janitor, do you?
Bro, all janitors are fat. With
No,
all due
they're
respect.
they're all
Is
skinny.
that really?
All the ones that get arrested seem to be on the thin side.
Bro, they did the sexiest janitor in Rochester competition last year,
Mm.
and everybody lost. It's true. It sucked. Bro, like when I drive down the street and I see a man sweeping his driveway.
Yeah, clean it up. Because you track it in the house.
I have instant pity for that man. What happened in your life where you're taking 20 minutes to take a broom to outside? You're sweeping outside.
to get the crap out. So I sweep the garage when it's dry to get all the grit and crap out.
Okay,
and then I
fine.
just kind of sweep around the area. And then you're not dragging. I hate tracking crap in the house.
Oh, yeah. Bro, nothing sticks
Are
to
you a
those-
tracker? You're a tracker.
We are a shoes on in the house family.
No, but I mean, like you track it in.
No, that's fine. It's called life. And bro, nothing's sticking to those smooth ass bottoms of those boots. Look at those things. You can ski with those things. No, like the rain will get rid of the stuff in your driveway. When it rains, it'll be
It
clean.
doesn't get it all right.
Oh my
And it ain't
God.
getting the rain. Ain't getting the stuff out of the garage.
Okay, fine.
I would just think like it's just gonna get messed up again.
It will. It
Yeah.
will. But when you get a little dry time, get on it.
When you get
Keep
a
it
little
tight.
dry
Dry
time,
time,
get
get
on it.
You got to keep your place clean. You got to keep it tight.
I don't know. I might draw the line at sweeping the driveway, unless like you did some work and there's mulch or something on it.
Even then, the rain will take care of it eventually. Kimmy, here's your tip.
Was that your father's for everything?
The rain takes
the
care
rain
of
will
it.
get rid of it.
No, he wasn't looking forward to the rain because that meant there was going to be a leak in the roof where the hole
Oh
was.
yes.
Kimmy, here's your life marriage tip of the day.
Sure.
When you look outside and finally see your husband sweeping the driveway, you failed as a wife. Something has gone terribly wrong. Terribly wrong.
It's what people do with houses.
Something's wrong. I should check on him.
Yes, yeah, you should go to him and say, hey, what can I do to stop the situation that's happening here? And people don't do that. There's a very specific type of person who sweeps outside.
Clean people.
Okay, fine.
Buttoned up clean people.
Like, I'm a control freak, man. I'm neurotic. That's a neurotic control freak type that I can't even wrap my head around. I need to make sure outside is clean. Shut up.
And buttoned up.
Okay, man. By the way, let's say you didn't sweep the driveway.
Yeah.
What's the worst thing that happens?
It's going to go unswept and I'm going to know it. It's going to bother me.
No, but okay, past that. Past you being bothered. What is the absolute worst case scenario when you have an unswept driveway?
It looks slack.
Who
Looks like you're
cares?
slacking.
Who cares?
I care.
Who's going to judge you for a slack-ass, unswept driveway?
I can't live like, I don't want to look like King Slack.
It's not even your house.
I know, but I don't want to get kicked out, man, for being slack ass.
Wait, your wife would sweep the driveway if you didn't do it?
No.
Okay.
No.
So there's my point.
I have elevated the house game. Know that. Ain't no doubt.
So you're saying that your wife's house was slack-ass before you got there?
Of course. But she couldn't keep up. She was a single mom with 2 kids and no money. How's she going to do?
Or she just didn't care if the driveway was swept.
Well, she doesn't mind when I sweep in it now.
Yeah, because it gets you out of the
Yeah.
house. Oh, it looks like you got to go sweep the driveway again. Look at that. More grass. Hey, look, you should go sweep the grass. Grass looks dirty. All right, so what did we learn here?
Make sure you weed your woods. Behind you.
1, it's going to be beautiful, but don't fall for pump fake spring. 2, if you are a real Rochesterian over the
Grab
next
that broom.
3 days, you will be out enjoying outdoor stuff. 3, If you are or you see your spouse outside sweeping the driveway, something has gone seriously wrong in their life.
She needs a brooming.
You need to walk outside, grab the broom from them, look them in the face, and say, what can I do to help this situation? We got a dynamite stopper with the broom and got a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we going. No, wait. It's Thursday.
Nope. Damn it. Bro, I am so off this week. You don't even know. When your stove catches on fire, it throws everything off.
All right, so we're going to bitch it out.
Because it is a Thursday. It's
Right.
Bitch Voice Theater.
And
My
we've already
apologies.
started that.
Yes, well, you are being a giant
You call
bitch.
me Queen Broom Bitch.
No, you just gave yourself that title.
Thank you very much.
He was pushing it off.
Put that on a T-shirt, sell it at the rock shop. Queen Broom Bitch. Just after 7 o'clock, we had a Bitch Voice Theater. And you remember, it was a couple days ago, we were telling you how tickets for this Super Bowl are the highest they've ever been. And we made the argument that as much as it hurts as Bills fans to not see the Bills in the Super Bowl, maybe it's a blessing in disguise because Bills fans love to travel.
Oh, yeah.
Bills Mafia fills stadiums, and it's possible that folks would have been priced out for the first Bills Super Bowl in over 30 years. Turns out, a woman who was listening to that conversation,
What'd she say?
well, her husband has an opportunity this weekend, one that just showed up, and it's
Damn.
the opportunity of a lifetime, Tommy.
Well, then you got to take it.
But here's the thing, it ain't free.
Oh. But then that's not an opportunity.
No, bro.
I mean, I could buy any opportunity if I have cash.
No, but that's just it. You can't really buy this opportunity. Even if you have X amount of cash, you may not be able to get your way into where this guy can go. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
You know, the Bills are not playing this weekend, but there's a bunch of Bills news happening with coaches and stuff like that.
Really?
There was another announcement yesterday. One Buffalo Bill will be returning to Rochester for an event that he's been having the last couple of years. And this is an event that folks in Rochester love. It's right around the corner from your house. In fact, all the clippings that you broom out of the driveway blow into here while the kids are trying to do their activities.
Okay.
But the kids may not be as excited as the moms will be.
Oh, here comes the mom.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, the moment is here.
Oh, yeah.
This is your chance to shine.
But this is top shelf.
Yeah, tell your wife that you're sweeping the driveway and then run out.
Yeah, what do I do?
Well, you go to the spa at the Del Monte.
Oh, mama's going to like that.
They have the secret for the best Valentine's Day gift ever. You ready? Nothing says I love you more than a gift card to the spot at the Del Monte.
Wow.
They may not tell you what they actually want for Valentine's Day. It's definitely not sweeping the driveway, but a gift card from the spot at the Del Monte will show how much you've been paying attention. Gift cards are available for purchase in-store or online at delmontespa.com. Tommy, it used to be young women hanging around training camp trying to meet Bills players.
Yeah, but don't those young girls turn into old women?
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
And it's a weird phenomenon. And we'll get to it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. With the Super Bowl on Sunday, I mean, Bills fans don't have anything to watch to get excited about. And all we can do is look forward to next season.
Yeah.
But there was a story that broke yesterday that there are some kids that are really looking forward to next season after the announcement that this Bills player will once again be making an appearance for his camp in Rochester.
Oh, the football camp.
That's right. However, as excited as these kids are, they may not be the most excited people in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. It turns out that folks in our area love outside in the summertime.
Oh, sure.
So much so that this has become one of our most popular tourist attractions to the point where they're seeing numbers they haven't seen in decades.
Really?
And we'll tell you what it is just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, it was announced that Bills tight end Dawson Knox will be returning again next summer to Nazareth University
Yes.
for his annual youth football camp. And it's a really cool thing. It's a couple of days. Kids that have gone love it.
Sure.
And Dawson Knox seems to be great with the little ones. But we learned last year that, Tommy, it may not be the kids that are the most excited about this camp.
Oh, yeah. Who's showing up?
Well, Kimmy, you said you had a friend.
Yeah, she wanted to borrow a kid.
Yeah, she does not have a kid of her own.
Rent a child.
But she loves Dawson Knox so much.
Yeah, she wanted to catch a glimpse.
So she wanted to borrow your friend's child.
Who wanted to go to this camp.
So she could stand there
Yep.
and stare at Dawson Knox?
Yes.
Yes.
What else would it be?
Try and hook up with Dawson Knox?
Ooh.
What's going on with you moms and the Bills in Rochester? Because, Tommy, I want you to come back with me. Come back. The days of J.P. Lossman and Willis McGahee, like the early to mid-2000s.
Yeah.
When the Bills came to town,
Yeah.
camp was full of scantily clad 20 to 25-year-old women all over the place. And they wanted to meet Bills players, and you understand why.
Right.
The players themselves, they would go down to the bars on East End Alexander, St. Paul. There were tons of stories,
Oh,
Kimmy.
yeah. There's a lot of action going on in town.
Yep, hook up wild times. Was it Anthony Hardgrave who was arrested at a bar on St.
There was
Paul?
some not great stuff.
Former
I think.
Bills defensive end.
And I can't remember who it was.
But when you look at the last few years at Bills training camp, Tommy, the young women have totally gone away.
No, they didn't.
No, they're the moms now.
Yeah.
They grew up.
But they
Those
weren't
party girls became smooth
Party women?
mamas.
smooth mamas.
The smooth mama coming in.
But
And she's smooth all over.
But they weren't replaced by younger women.
No.
Because younger women don't. They're meeting those guys in different ways.
Okay.
In my opinion, I think that they're meeting a lot of them through Instagram and things like that. They know that by showing up to camp, nothing's gonna happen.
And if they watch their mothers go down and watch, they've all watched this stuff, they don't want to be their mothers.
So you think that's what it is? It's more shame than it is.
Nah.
I think we should probably listen to Kimmy on this one.
No, but like a daughter would go, I'm not doing that. I get that you look ridiculous.
Yeah, but they probably
You're wearing
weren't around. I'm guessing they weren't around when their moms were doing
No,
it.
but I'm
Their
saying, like,
moms
they're
may have been taking them to training camp.
Right, but now
I
they're
don't know.
watching their mothers try to dress like them
Yeah,
to go
I don't
out and
think
meet
that's why.
Dawson Knox, and you're going, you look ridiculous.
Whatever the reason, it does seem that young single women looking for a husband or a good time with the Bills have been replaced by horny moms.
Yeah.
And they are everywhere at Bills camp, roaming around, dressed in their finest in 85-degree heat at a Division III college track stadium.
Yes.
There is no reason you should be wearing heels there. But we see it every single day. Does someone want to explain? You guys, your theory is that these are the women that grew up but are still trying to hook up with Bills
They're
players
star
now.
bangers.
But
But it never happens.
No, but they still have it in their heads.
But that's the weird part. Kimmy's right. It never happens.
At
Yet
least I've never heard a story.
These women, they still get dressed up, Kimmy. They put on all their makeup. They take their kids down, and they stand there trying to get the attention of these Bills players that are now 10 to 20 years younger than they are.
Yeah.
Like, think about that. Like, the average Bills player is like 25, 26
right, but that's
years
some
old.
hot beef to these broads.
Hot beef.
Yeah.
What are the odds that a 23, 24, 25-year-old guy is going to look into the stands, see a 30 to 40-year-old mom, and be like, damn,
No.
got to get me some of that.
No.
And listen, ladies, I don't mean that the way it came out. You are beautiful, and you are a treasure to somebody. Just not a millionaire 20-year-old
He
professional
can get
athlete.
any chick he wants,
Yeah.
man.
It is interesting to me too because you talk about like the 10, 20 years ago, you could go out and meet these guys. And those guys, they don't go out anymore.
You're right.
Like, they're not, you don't see them out on the town, like, partying on a Friday, Saturday night. Like, they kind of stay in and just keep their heads down.
If you do see them, it's the Cheesecake Factory
Yeah,
or like
yeah,
some
like they're
local
just
wing
out
place.
Oh, no, they're out for
casually,
ice cream
yeah.
with the coach.
Right.
Well, you know why that happened, Kimmy.
Oh, well, yeah, because
Jim Kelly ruined it for
I would say
Oh, he did, bro.
No, because Jim Kelly was way before J.P. Lossman.
smartphones.
Yes, she nailed it.
Yeah.
Right? Like
You can't do anything.
Be
out doing stuff and just, everybody's going to take a video of you out.
That's the America I signed up for.
No, but you're saying like it's a bad thing.
Kind of is. Let the boys have a little fun.
Well, boys will be boys
Yeah.
till the cops show up, which happened again. We documented it.
Because like the
cops will straighten it
second
out.
like they screw up in a game, that video of them out partying at a bar is going to be the first thing that pops up.
Remember, we
Are they losing control?
We talked to former Bills safety Aaron Williams. This was a couple of years ago. It's one of the funniest stories of all time, where he talked about he didn't go out to bars much, but he went out to a bar one time, and somebody pulled him aside and goes, "Hey, Bills safety Aaron Williams is here," not knowing he was talking to Aaron Williams. And he goes, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, he's right over there." So he walks up to the guy who's claiming to be
Pretending
him.
to be him.
Yeah.
And goes, "You play for the Bills?" He goes, "Yeah, man, how you doing?" He introduced himself as Aaron Williams to Aaron Williams, which, after an experience like that, I totally get why I'm not going out and being a part of any of that stuff. Because even the stuff I'm not doing is being held against me,
true.
right? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Dawson Knox, Bills tight end, announces yesterday he is bringing his football camp back to Nazareth College for a third straight year. Kids camp, kids love it. It's right before Bills training camp opens up. But what's weird about this is at Dawson Knox's camp and throughout Buffalo Bills training camp, the 2 weeks that they'll be there, the young women trying to meet Bills players from the early to mid 2000s are now 30 to 40 to 50-year-old women that are showing up in their finest trying to get the attention of these young guys. And I guess my question is,
What's that?
what's the ideal end game for these women in this scenario? Do they want to have sex with a Bills player?
Maybe they.
Because a lot of these women are married, Kimmy.
Maybe it's just like kind of like looking your best for like this type of event. I don't know.
You want to feel
'Cause I
good
don't-
about yourself. You want
Yeah.
to feel desirable still as a middle-aged woman.
But
So and maybe you're not going to, ride an old pro, but you just feel good.
ride it all pro.
She wants to feel sexy. She wants to feel attractive
Okay.
and relevant, and that's why she goes down there.
Okay. But like,
She got no job. Husband doesn't come home. He's working late. She don't take care of her kids.
Maybe she's trying to eye up a coach.
Ugh. That lineup?
I don't know, McDermott's in pretty good shape.
Yeah, but he's McDermott, man.
I mean,
You're
there are
gonna lay
other
down with a
Bills
guy who
staff
won't take off
members.
his bucket head?
He did have skin cancer, in his defense.
I know, but he looks like Charlie Brown, man.
By the way, those hands, all that clapping, they're strong, bud.
All right.
Strong old hands.
I want a rough-handed coach.
I want a coach with some rough hands. No, Kimmy, they're there for the players. They're there because Dawson Knox is adorable.
Coach.
They're there because Dalton Kincaid is like, oh my God. And here's the other weird thing too. Some of these guys,
Some of those coaches, the younger coaches, they have. I mean, like their wives are very attractive.
sure, but they're also like guys who used to play college football and they met their wife at Clemson when she was like a cheerleader there.
Yeah.
And my husband's going to be an NFL head coach and I'll show you so good. Right now he's making $15,000 as a defensive assistant, but one day we're going to move to Toledo and he's going to take them to a MAC championship. Like, I guess the creepiest part of this whole thing is let's use Bill's rookie tight end from this past season, Dalton Kincaid. If I'm not mistaken, he was 23 years old when this season started.
That's a little older than normal.
Yeah,
Start.
he had been been in college for 5 years. But the point I'm getting at is, at 23 years old, if you're a woman between 40 and 45, that could be your son.
Oh, yeah.
That could be your son.
Yeah, that would freak me out if
Yeah.
I had kids like close to that age.
And I understand that guys do this all the time. It's also creepy.
Yeah.
When you see a 50-year-old guy trying to hit on like a 20-year-old woman. That could be your daughter.
Yeah.
But I always thought better of women. I
Yeah,
assumed
but women coming up to it in a horny, creepy game.
No, but I assumed women had that in their head. Like, I could have birthed you. You would be hanging out with my son after lacrosse practice, drinking Capri Suns. I'm not sexually attracted to you.
Yeah, but that's changed.
There is to your point, like I would think you get to a
Maybe they're putting
point.
something in the wine.
You mean wine? They're putting wine in the wine?
Maybe there's some kind of thing got to the wine in the wine box.
I would think you get to a point or just an age, because I think I've gotten to this point where they look like kids to me. Whereas like I always thought like Bills players like were adults. They were grown men. Like they were, like I was I always thought of them as older than me, even when they were around the same age.
Okay.
But then I kind of surpassed that, and now, like, especially the guys that are getting drafted, I'm like, that's a child.
Okay. See, here's the thing. Kimmy's saying all the right things, right? She's sitting here. Me personally, I would never go down that road. However.
No, I'm just saying, like, that my view has changed a little bit in the last few years.
Has it? Because I'd like to come back to a conversation we had a little while ago.
What was that?
Like 2 years ago? Well, your Buffalo Sabres, they skate live Saturday on CMF 1 o'clock. It's an afternoon game.
Oh,
right?
okay.
And the Buffalo Sabres are having a rough season, but there are some players that have potential down the road. One of them being defenseman Owen Power. Right now, Owen Power is 21 years old.
Oh, my God. He's that young?
Yes, but he's been playing with the Sabres team for 2 years. And his rookie season, when he was 18, 19, Kimmy said into a microphone that she was very attracted to Owen Power.
I don't think I said it like that.
I think it was creepier. I thought I was cleaning that up. Kimmy. And at that age, you were 32, crushing on an 18, 19-year-old kid.
Man.
No, he's a boy. He was
giant
a boy.
Big giant boy.
He couldn't have bought alcohol. He couldn't rent a carpet shampooer. And you were all like, oh, my God, oh, Power, I want all 18-year-old of you.
Never said that.
Yeah, close.
But to your point, though, I always thought women in general could see the long game more than men. Like if a guy my age sees a 25-year-old,
okay,
they could say, man, I'd love to date that. Not thinking you would have to meet her friends. You would have to take her out. You'd have to think about the ramifications of what people think of you and this young girl and how creepy it looks. Guys just don't think that way. Because I always knew, like, women knew, like, I can't date him. His friends are stupid. I take him out for dinner. He's going to start eating packets of ketchup in front of me, thinking it's little things of wine. I don't want to be around this kid. You know what I mean? I always thought that, to your point, I always thought they had that common sense where men just don't see it through.
Unless these women aren't looking for a relationship, they're just looking for a good time.
A hard ride.
Yeah. Well, okay, good time probably would have been a nicer thing to say. A hard ride? How do you know Dalton Kincaid ain't giving it to you soft and slow? Sensitive style. He's got those eyes.
It is funny, too, when these guys will, like, get engaged or get a girlfriend and everybody gets disappointed.
Yes.
And it's like, you've never even talked to the guy.
Like, you had a shot,
man,
lady.
Now he's out of the picture.
No, but to Tommy's point, like, even if you did
You
talk
had
to
no
him.
shot.
Yes, thank you.
Because I think Dawson Knox did just get engaged.
Yes,
if
he
I'm
is
not
in a
mistaken.
relationship.
Yeah.
Yes, he has an endorsement with Carvel's ice cream cakes, and he did an ad for Fudgy the Whale, and him and his girlfriend.
No, you're making
I
this
think
up.
they're.
And the guy I
I
saw
think it's his
Wait,
fiance.
Carvel is still doing Fudgy the Whale?
Yeah, man.
Where?
Look, you can buy him in the grocery store.
I had no idea. I thought you were doing a joke.
No, when you hit perfection, like you do with Fudgy the Whale, no need to change it.
Okay.
All right, so I guess all you moms that are listening, tell you what, we'll take one call because we've been rambling. 252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently. Billy, you got the last word on CMF. How are you, Billy boy?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, Pat. I can tell you why this happens. Science has shown that a woman reaches her sexual peak in her 40s and a man in his 20s.
Okay.
So you pretty much they match together, and that's just nature. There's nothing
It's
wrong
just
with
nature.
It. That's just what happens.
Well, I mean, there would be something wrong with it if that woman has her children with her and is married. That is a problem.
That's where you run into a bit of an issue.
Those moral implications, yes, I agree with that. But
Had a couple of moral indiscretions.
Nature, when it comes on, it comes on, and you can't fight it sometimes. So
Can't fight Mother Nature.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. It's nature.
And when 40 meets 20?
Science.
When 40 meets 20.
Science.
Speaking of nature, it turns out that we in our area have all of a sudden fallen back in love with outside.
Oh.
Because this has become one of the most popular tourist attractions in our region.
Like people are traveling for this.
Tommy, it's to the point where they're seeing numbers in attendance for this place that they haven't seen in decades.
Wow.
And this makes perfect sense and makes no sense all at the same time.
What?
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This makes perfect sense, and it makes no sense at the same time.
How could that be, Pat?
It's something easy and inexpensive. But the reason it got so popular was there wasn't anything else we could do.
Oh, yeah.
But Tommy, it seems when you give people outside, they want to stay outside.
So this project worked then?
Well, it's not really a project.
I mean, like the idea of get them out, show it to them, and they'll enjoy it.
Yeah, actually, to that point, you're right. Yes.
Yeah, get them over there.
If you point at it,
they will come.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Very exciting news in the break room this morning.
What's going on?
Well, just a couple of weeks ago, Tommy, we had our big event for his 30th anniversary here at WCMF, 30 years, rocking on CMF. You can watch that event still live on our YouTube page, the break room WCMF. It's right there for you to go see. But we sold at the event Tommy Nation t-shirts. And folks that saw the t-shirts but weren't able to get into the event really wanted the opportunity to purchase one. Now you have that opportunity.
How?
If you're watching the live stream, you can see the t-shirt.
Okay.
Right there. They are available right now at the Rock Shop at WCMF.com. Tommy Nation celebrating 30 years. Like a year of work. But 30
Crammed
years.
into 30 years.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive.
And by the way, they're great gas caps.
So go get your Tommy Nation WCMF t-shirt at the Rock Shop at WCMF.com. Just after 7 o'clock, you got to strike when the opportunity presents itself.
Oh, yeah, you got to make your move.
Even if the opportunity costs thousands of dollars.
Well, if that's what you want, baby, you got to pay.
We'll get to that. And it's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it out.
All just after 7 o'clock, Bitch Voice Theater here in the break room on CMF. Letchworth State Park announced this week that in 2023, they hit record attendance.
So they were sold out.
They sold out outside. Tommy, almost 1 million people visited the park last year.
Damn.
Wow.
It is the highest number they've seen in decades, according to the New York State Parks Department or whatever. So from an economic standpoint, that makes perfect sense. It's a cheap, active, unique day out with the family or a spouse, or you get some peaceful time alone. You don't spend a dime. You spend almost nothing for access to the park. You can be there as long as you want, and you can really, short of like having sex with a bear, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Right? And with folks being more conscious of of their budget, you would understand, Tommy, why that became an attractive option.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that makes sense.
It's breathtaking. It is. The waterfall, the train, the gorge.
We talked yesterday about the eclipse and how people may have a reaction they don't expect, and you laughed and laughed and laughed, and now you're going to sit here and talk about the natural beauty of Letchworth.
It is a gorgeous, gorgeous gorge.
What doesn't make sense
What's that?
about the numbers being record-setting for Letchworth last year? How are there more people at Letchworth this year than in 2020 or 2021?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because we weren't really going inside places.
Yeah, everybody's looking to be out.
Yeah, we saw a massive resurgency of folks going and doing outside stuff because of the pandemic. For example, Tommy, in 2018, Letchworth State Park saw just over 800,000 people. In 2020, it saw 966,000. They added 166,000 people in just a year because of the pandemic.
So maybe people talked about it, more people went down, like word of mouth almost.
Okay.
Because you don't really see it advertised. Well, actually, you do. Because when they do those I Love New York ads, they do show Letchworth.
Okay, but it's for like a sea hair of a second.
Yeah.
It
is.
The
Letchworth State
waterfall,
Park in the corner. There's no like, come on down, sail, 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 waterfalls, trees, bears. Do they have bears in Letchworth?
They got to.
You don't have to.
They got bear, rattlesnake.
What?
Yeah, they have rattlesnakes. We talked about this. Remember we didn't think there was rattlesnakes and people said Letchworth has rattlesnakes?
No, I think they said there was rattlesnakes. I don't think they said there were rattlesnakes in Letchworth.
But yeah, in the woods.
Rattle Woods. I forgot.
Rattlewoods. They got cottonmouth.
No, there's a lot of cottonmouth out in Letchworth. All you damn potheads hanging out in there.
Are you saying that you don't think it's people from outside traveling to Letchworth?
It must be.
I would think if you're somebody that's traveling to see something like that, like Niagara Falls sucks up all that tourism. Not Letchworth.
Unless you're making a ride up and stopping along the way.
I mean, it is unique. There's no place else I can think that looks like that around here.
Okay, Kimmy just said it.
It's the Grand Canyon of the East.
Yeah, or you could go see Niagara Falls,
which is one of the
if
seven
you've never
wonders
seen
of the
it.
world.
Here's the difference. Niagara Falls is like a tourist trap. This isn't. Like Niagara Falls, you can go to a casino. I can go get cotton candy and corn dogs. I can, you know what I mean?
Okay.
It looks like something like we took over and crapped up.
Okay, so here's the thing.
You know what it is? It's undisturbed, pristine, wilderness with bear and cottonmouth.
There is the tourist part of Niagara Falls,
which is all over it.
There's also a state park. There's a Niagara Falls State Park.
I know, but even that's kind of junked up.
Oh, you've been?
Yes.
No, you haven't, you lying-ass bitch.
Everybody's been to Niagara Falls.
No.
And by the way,
there are different ways to take it in.
Have you hiked through Niagara Falls State Park?
I haven't hiked through.
Have you been inside?
Yes, I've driven through. And by the way, it also has a slum right next door. Like, you can't go, this is beautiful, and also hear gunfire in the distance and burning chassis.
Have you been to Letchworth, New York?
Yes, I've been to Letchworth.
Okay, there's some really quaint, nice places.
Bro, that place is pristine. It's like the wilderness, man.
What are you
I feel like Lewis and the other guy.
Who is
It's like I feel like I'm an here's the difference. When I'm in Letchworth and I get out of the car and I walk around, I feel like an outdoorsman.
Okay.
I don't feel like an outdoorsman if I can see the Seneca sign off in the distance and you know what I mean?
All right.
And a Bills logo.
Here's what I'm trying to figure out. Again, as we talk about, Letchworth had the most attendance in decades, set a record this year, almost 1 million
It's
people.
good that people are getting off their fat asses and enjoying some of this stuff.
Didn't you guys assume that people were either inside or outside people, and that never really changed their entire
pretty
life?
much.
Right?
You're either a couch turd or you're not.
Because even if you...
But, a lot of couch turds in this neck of the woods.
Even if you had interest in it, to your point, like I could see saying we should really go there someday, and then you just never make it out because you're just not. That's not your type of activity on a nice day.
And you have to drive a little. I mean, it's not easy to get to.
Okay. What I mean by this is I always assumed it's how you were brought up. Like, if you grew up in the wilderness of the country, you became...
Or a hiker,
you became an outside adult. If you grew up in the burbs of the city, you were most likely...
Soft boy.
Indoor person. And for the rest of your life, you lived that way because you wouldn't know because you'd never been exposed to anything. Are there people who, 252 WCMF, as adults, decided... I've never done this before. I have no background in it, but I'm going to take up the hiking or the camping lifestyle because I assumed that was a passed down activity like hunting, like fishing, like boating, like whatever.
That's true. But we do know some people that I never thought, like we have some buddies that I never thought would be like tent people, like camping.
Why do you say that? Why don't you think he's a tent person?
Because they were soft boys.
Oh, is that what it is?
They were soft boys. They were jam band soft boys.
That's why that dude's likes camping.
Yeah, it makes sense.
He wants
actually,
to go get
there's
high.
a crossover there.
But that's what introduced him to because he was a couch turd, and then all of a sudden the music got him outside. Like thanks to like the Grateful Dead and Furtherfest, these guys finally figured out, you could breathe in some fresh air once in a while.
The only reason.
But they got him out.
Those dudes you're describing
The
still
music
go
brought
camping.
him outside.
It did.
No, it's only so they can get high and not get in trouble.
But at least they're high outside. It's an outside high. I think it's a healthier high.
Kimmy, you're not a hiking person.
I'm not, but you know what? There's something about Letchworth that makes it look outdoor friendly to people that maybe aren't necessarily campers or hikers because it's so, people will bring their little kids there. So you just feel like you see, if everybody that's gone there can do it, you feel like you can too.
And there's nothing to do. You just get out.
You just drive and then you
look.
walk. It's not like intimidating to somebody. It's not like intimidating to somebody who isn't normally an outdoors person.
No,
it's the ease of it, I think, brings more people out than normal.
No, but see, that could be a problem because,
Why is that?
even the easiest of outside is still outside. Like, outside people, even walking through Letchworth, if you were raised an outside person, you know some things. And you're right, Kimmy. Letchworth is not the middle of nowhere, but there are times you could be alone. Things could go wrong if no one else was around.
It's 100-foot gorge. What are you worried about? With sharp rocks.
Even without the gorge part of it. Like, you as an outdoor person have to know what plants to stay away from, what to do if you hurt yourself and no one else is there, what to do if you come across certain animals, or where to go if you get lost.
There are literally parts of it that have a sidewalk, though.
Okay, and there are parts that don't.
And by the way, all of it has signs.
Yeah.
Like it was this parking lot here, restaurant over here.
I mean, they make it pretty
Crappy
easy.
Niagara Falls, don't even bother.
Wow, it's a long side.
It's huge.
From far away. Okay, Kimmy, you say that.
But there are parts of it that you can go to make it more difficult, but I think if you just want to stay on like an easy path, you can.
You say all of these things, and every year there are 5 to 10 stories of the fire department out that way.
Right, but those are the people that
Those
go
are
off the
adventurers.
path.
Yeah,
Are
she's
they?
right.
Yes. I mean, my husband and I did this like 5-6 years ago.
I've been to Letchworth, man.
And
I've been. I got a Stanley.
I mean, there was I was surprised at how crowded it was. It wasn't like your typical like I'm out in nature feel. Again, like we didn't really go off the path much, so
It's packed.
it wasn't difficult.
You're sitting here,
What?
the man you are,
Yeah.
defending Letchworth.
Here's the thing. I'm right now. Letchworth is so easy. I am perfectly dressed for Letchworth right now.
Yes. You can go to a wedding there.
Yeah. By the way, they have a full restaurant and bar there.
I understand.
They even have outside rocking chair.
They have a McDonald's just outside of Yellowstone. It doesn't mean you should walk around Yellowstone without having any knowledge of how to handle it.
I wouldn't overthink Letchworth.
That sounds like the worst advice ever.
I'm telling you, man, it's a walk. It's literally a walk in the park. Unless you want to like be, unless you're a complete imbecile.
You can drive most of it if you wanted to. If you didn't want to walk.
So I'm going to make a statement, and
Good.
I think this is why we're seeing so many more people in Letchworth. Again, news comes out yesterday from the state of New York. Letchworth had one of its most popular years ever. They haven't seen this many people through in decades. Almost 1 million people. Compared that to 800,000 in 2018. In 2016, there were years before where it was like 700,000 is what they were averaging.
Nanoware commercial.
Kimmy, the reason so many people are going to Letchworth is that kind of lifestyle became trendy.
Yeah, I think social media helps. Like people taking pictures of stuff. Yeah.
There has been a boom in women, especially in their 20s and 30s, putting up pictures of them hiking mountains and going next to rivers on social media.
There are parks that I didn't know existed until somebody went and took like, you know, the most beautiful pictures of it. And then you think, we should go check that out.
Yeah. Like those like engagement pictures and all that stuff.
Oh, no, I'm talking
I've seen those. To his point, I've seen people go out of their way to take pictures in those types of places.
No, like we know women, Kimmy, in their late 20s and early 30s who will go hiking with their friends just to get up there so they can take like an inspirational looking off in the distance photo on top of the mountain.
So you could thank young women for us becoming outdoorsy. Basically.
Do it for the gram, I believe.
Yeah, but like that
is the mentality.
Okay, dude, I don't think anybody said that in
Do
10
it for
years,
the gram.
you old lady. Why don't you go hit
Well, those are the women doing it.
Why don't you go hit on Owen Power?
He'll make me cool.
Like, okay, you're right. In the grand scheme of things, that's good. It's getting people outside.
Yes.
Right? But this ain't like, you know, manifest destiny, like you said, Lewis and the other guy kind of stuff. This is, I want people to see that I went outside and I want this really cool picture from a backdrop.
But that's what it's going to take to get fat asses out. It is. You got to bait them a little bit.
You can just put, like, cupcakes down along the route.
That doesn't help. Because the bear eats the cupcake, and then the bear, well, he eats you.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Well, the bear's going to eat you, boy.
No, it's not what it means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it out.
Yeah, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you in just a second. And we had a discussion about how the Super Bowl on Sunday will be the most expensive ticket they're predicting in Super Bowl history.
Yeah.
And it got insane, and we'll recap that a little bit. But a woman, after hearing that discussion, wrote us a Facebook message. They say when opportunity knocks, you have to answer the door.
Yeah, strike.
Yeah, but this isn't an opportunity that comes for free. And it's an opportunity that you may only have once in your life. So does that mean, despite the steep cost that this woman's husband is looking at, he has to go?
Oh.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Sometimes when opportunity knocks, you got to answer the door. And there's a man in our area that just got a hell of an opportunity.
Fantastic.
But here's the problem.
What?
We're not hearing about this from him, which is first issue.
Yeah.
And although this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it could also be one that if you take it, makes your life a hell of a lot harder in the most intimate way for a long time.
Intimate, like your private parts?
Well, this woman goes near your private parts.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid.
What?
Like, it looks like the world's stupidest bulletproof vest. Like that, if you're watching
but it's
the
still
live
a bulletproof
stream,
vest.
No, it's not. I don't.
What, it only protects me from caps?
It protects you from sex is what it protects you from. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Well, Pat Duffy, I don't want to go outside. I want to sit on my couch because I hear there's little snakes and they'll bite me out there. So I'm going to be a little couch turd because I'm just a couch turd set little boy with my kettlebell.
No snakes on my couch. Take all your bitch voices, run it back for you. We call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I'm not.
Why?
I'm not a gambler.
Oh, because you're a puss-ass bitch? Oh, I'm not a gambler. I don't want to put my money up. I don't like it because I'm a bitch-ass, scared-ass little bitch-ass bitch.
I'm Pat Duffy. I want to look like Brock Purdy's dumb stepdad who never shows up to any of his games because I'm just a non-showing-up stepdad little bitch.
Does Brock Purdy have a stepdad?
I don't know.
Did Brock Purdy's parents get divorced?
I don't know.
Poor Brock.
There's a railroad in Pittsford. It's got to be Civil War.
I'll say lots of stuff about people I know, but then I get scared about something that I won't say out loud, and I won't say about that. That's because I'm a scared-ass little bitch.
You got to watch your mouth.
When you own real estate and you get sued for things, and you got to.
Head on my throat.
I mean,
I've got 4 acres in the country, and
No, I'm not helping you steal.
No. It's Tommy, and I won't steal a car and have sex with a woman. I've been stealing because I'm scared to get caught because I'm a scared-ass, no sex in the back of a stolen car, bitch-ass, scared-ass little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to look like the head coach of a flag football team because I'm just a flag football playing little bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Tommy, earlier this week, we were talking about the cost of going to the Super Bowl this weekend.
Yeah, it's out of control.
It's the most expensive in Super Bowl history. We told you that a suite was $2.5 million.
Like, rich people aren't buying these suites.
Christian McCaffrey, 49ers running back, said he could not afford the suite at the game he is playing in on Sunday.
Kelsey's mother's going to have to sit out in the cold.
The get-in-the-door price for tickets on Sunday.
That's just to put my ass in a regular-ass seat.
Worst seat in the house. Have been bouncing back and forth between $6,000 and $7,000 a seat.
Damn.
Pre-fees. And we talked about how, as far as Bills fans go, as much as it hurts, maybe it's a good thing this was the year they didn't go because with Vegas and the anticipation, you may be priced out.
Yeah, but they priced out the little guy, Pat.
So after that discussion, we got a Facebook message from a woman named Celine.
There's a Celine out there?
Does anyone know any Celines?
Yeah, the one that's sick.
Well, she was
Who's
just
in
on
Vegas.
The Celine.
She was just on the. Oh my God! I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
She's in Vegas, and she just made her first appearance in forever in the Grammys, and maybe she wrote us his Facebook message. Okay. She writes us. You guys were talking about the cost of the Super Bowl. My husband just yesterday got a call from his brother who lives in Reno. Can I sidebar?
Yeah.
How far is Reno from Vegas?
I think it's drivable.
Okay. So she goes on.
Of course, it's drivable from here, so I don't know what that is.
She goes on talking about his brother, says he was going to go with a friend, but the friend had to pull out. He offered my husband the ticket to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He would stay with his brother, but he'd need to pay for a flight, $8,000 for the ticket, and whatever else he spends while there.
Well, that's not a deal.
We don't have that kind of money just lying around, and he's a Bills fan, so it's not like he cares about any of these teams, but he tells me this could be the only chance he gets to go to a Super Bowl. He has to decide by Thursday, so we got this on Tuesday, so today's the day he's got to figure it out.
Yeah.
So why are you making a face like that?
Because there's not a deal. You can go get your own $8,000 ticket.
We don't know where in the stadium that $8,000 ticket is.
Yeah.
Because, get in the door is $7,000. If he's got a 100-level ticket for $8,000, that is a deal.
But if you have if you have that kind of income, you might want to pump the brakes.
Maybe save it.
Quote, from Celine. We don't have that kind of money just lying around.
But you do if he's you do.
You
if he's
make
gonna
it
go,
work.
you did.
Okay.
I think there's a difference between just having it laying around and coming up with it. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, like if you could spread it amongst a couple of credit cards,
Yeah.
if you
All
could
right.
look at
Like
this
there's-
guy
yeah.
and be
Spread
like,
the
hey,
plastic.
look, I'll pay you X now and X later. Like, Tommy, just having the chance that this guy has isn't something that comes along every day.
True.
Because he's got a place to stay where he'd be comfortable.
That helps.
He's got a guaranteed ticket to the game, to the premier sporting event in America. But is it worth, with the ticket and the flight and whatever else?
And the food. And everything you got to eat, do everything else you want. And you're in Vegas. You're going to want to see something just besides this game.
Yeah, you're not going to sit in a hotel room.
Right.
Is it worth dropping $9,000, maybe $10,000 on a whim?
To me, and your team's not in it?
Yeah.
No.
You say no. So you're not even considering this opportunity.
Like, let's say you want to just take in the Vegas experience.
Yeah.
You could do that any time of the year.
No, but
And see it and go to a game. You can go to a game. you can go to
it's
any
not-
game. and sit
Okay,
there.
like I love these arguments you make because you don't understand guy stuff. It's the
Go ahead, Mr. Manley.
It's the effing Super Bowl.
Yes.
And it's the first effing Super Bowl in Las Vegas.
Listen, I get it
Look
if-
at my lips. Las Vegas.
It's going to be a great party, but if you're not into all that, you're kind of wasting your money. And that's $8. You're probably looking at a minimum between flights and food.
Yeah.
You're probably looking at $12,000.
No, you could
Are
do it
you
for
kidding me? You
$9,000.
haven't. You
Either
got to get a
way.
flight there and back.
Kimmy, give me a flight for Saturday morning.
And
to
by the way,
Vegas.
is he
From-
flying
Rochester?
Okay.
to Reno? Because that's where his
Oh,
brother
you're right,
is.
to Reno.
Yeah, that's not going to Vegas.
Well,
That's a flight to Reno. That's going
okay.
to cost you.
Maybe I can fly into Vegas. My brother can come to Reno, or I'll take an Uber. Whatever. The point is,
Okay, but it's going to cost you way more than AG.
how many times have you been offered a Super Bowl ticket in your life?
Oh, zilch.
Okay, me too.
Right.
This guy was offered a Super
I
Bowl
know.
ticket.
It's a bucket list item. But is it worth that much money?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Do you go? $8,000 Super Bowl ticket, place to stay in Vegas, but you got to pay for the flight and cover everything else.
I think about this. Right now, the Bills have a Super Bowl caliber quarterback.
Okay.
So there's a possibility within the next couple of years they get to the dance.
Okay.
And if you already spent you did your money shot in Vegas, what do you do? What do you do? Let's say the Bills turn it and they get there.
Okay.
And you've already wasted your money on two teams you don't care about and a Taylor Swift story. And they go to the big game.
Counterpoint. Now, I like the way you think.
And you missing the Rose Bowl.
I like the way you think. Counterpoint. Let's say that's what you're waiting for. And 3, 4, 5 years goes by, and the Bills miss their window.
Yeah.
And you had your opportunity to go. 6 years from now, you're sitting, you're bolder, you're fatter, you got a cheaper beer in your hand.
Okay.
And you're telling people, I could have gone. And you know what the worst story in the world is?
What?
I could have stories.
But
Now you're I could have Jim,
Well, hold on.
if that's his name.
It's not a one-time event. We do this every year. Every year it's the biggest show on the planet.
Okay.
So it's going to come around again.
I love this. Man
It's
who's
not like
never,
the Stones' final concert.
Man who's never had this opportunity, me w'ho've never had this opportunity.
But I
Kim, you
don't
ever
even
been offered
care.
tickets to a Super Bowl?
I have not.
Okay, so zero, zilcho, nothing.
So you asked about flights.
Yes.
They're actually not as bad as I thought
Reno.
from Rochester to Reno.
Okay.
If you left tomorrow and got back Monday, it's only about $550.
Who are you flying on?
This is JetBlue.
Wow.
Hey.
Ooh,
JetBlue.
TV and everything.
One stop at JFK, and
Okay.
you'd leave at 2:00 tomorrow afternoon.
That's not a bad deal. All right.
So, and by the way, eat
But
at,
that's before like fees and stuff, so maybe
Yeah,
it's a
but
little
still,
more expensive.
If it's a
Yeah.
grand, that's not a bad deal.
eat at Jack in the Box every day you're there. Bro, you're in and out
Oh,
of
your
there.
mom's out that way?
I will say this, because we didn't hear about it from this guy.
All right.
We heard about it from his wife.
Which means she's not crazy about the idea.
Well, look, even when you read the Facebook message, it's hard to tell tone, but she doesn't sound very
of course,
happy.
because here's the thing. She's not getting to go. He's going to go blow $8,000, not on them, on him.
Yeah. Kimmy, if your husband had the same opportunity pop up, cost and all,
AG.
would
No.
you stand
You
in
I,
ain't
his
there,
going.
I can't like the
You're a
amount
bigger
of
fan
things.
than he is.
I was gonna say, and the amount of things that we could do with $8,000, like just to our house, things that we've been meaning to do to our house that we've been trying to save up for.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you'd be selfish.
I don't think that's selfish. I think it's something that both of us need done.
She's absolutely right. And by the way, She's more invested in sports than her husband. She literally works in sports.
I would also, this would
Hot
be more
meat
of
don't need to go out to Vegas.
Hey, don't talk about him that way. He's shirtless and right over my shoulder.
this would be more of a discussion I'd understand more if maybe the Bills were a part of it. That I totally get trying to justify.
Yeah.
This is just
this is like going to a concert.
To go party, I guess.
But that's a perfect.
You can go party in Vegas anytime you want for less than $8,000.
All right, but let me ask you a question, because Kimmy, this is kind of actually happening with your husband right now. Again, we're talking 252 WCMF after our discussion earlier this week about how this will be the most expensive Super Bowl ticket they believe in up until this point in NFL history. This woman, Celine, writes us, long story short, her husband was presented with the opportunity, an $8,000 ticket. He has a brother who lives in Reno. His buddy was going to go with him. He had to pull out. We don't know where the ticket is. All the guy has to do is spend $8,000 for the ticket.
That's it.
And pay for his flight.
Yeah.
But he's got a place to stay. And, I mean, obviously the stuff that he'll be doing while he's in Vegas. I mean, to have that ticket drop in your lap for the first ever Vegas Super Bowl, I see you guys on hold. Kimmy, you were saying earlier this week that your husband is actually looking at going to an event in Vegas.
Yeah, so he's a big Dead & Company fan. And they're doing a show, I think sometime in June, at that Sphere, that big new concert venue in Vegas.
Which, by the way, someone tried to climb yesterday.
Yeah.
Do not look if you're squeamish, man.
So he was looking at tickets for that. He wasn't able to get in on like that first round or whatever. But that would definitely be something I think he would splurge on if he given the opportunity.
All right, he loves Dead & Company.
Yeah.
Loves them.
And just such a unique experience.
All right, so let's say he and his boys, they're going to step up and have a unique experience.
Yeah.
So he's going to spend on the ticket.
Yeah.
He's going to spend on the hotel.
Yeah.
He's going to spend on the flight.
Sure.
$4,000.
$4,000.
Oh, well, there's our answer, Tommy.
It ain't happening, brother.
I don't even think he would want to spend $4,000.
Let's say that he did. Let's say he managed to get some opportunity.
Look at that body language right now.
I don't think so.
Look at the body language on her.
I don't think we've ever spent besides the purchase of our home. Mm-hmm. I don't think we've ever spent $4,000 on anything.
I believe that.
Does he not? Does he not deserve it?
What do you mean?
I'm asking.
What do you mean, does he not deserve it? I mean, obviously, I would love for him to go have that experience, but we can't afford it.
No, that's not the question.
Yeah.
Does he deserve it?
Sure, but
I mean, look, your husband, he had a degree in something else. He did a job. He saw something else he wanted to do. He put your family in a better financial situation with blood and sweat and tears. He worked his ass off to the point where, if you look over my shoulder on the live stream, he's shirtless wearing firefighter pants.
He is Omaha.
Like, if there is one guy who deserves to say, I am treating myself after all that I did, it's him. And you would look at him and say, $4,000's too much.
Yeah, I would have to.
It is too much.
It is.
Oh, now you're on her side? After,
It is. Think about it. They're new homeowners. They have nothing.
They've owned that house for 3 years. Old news. Done with. What
I
have you
don't
done
even
for
know
me
what the house.
lately?
I don't even know what their house looks like. But obviously, it needs work.
252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently on hold again. This woman writes us, long story short, her husband has an opportunity to buy a Super Bowl ticket for $8,000, stay with his brother in Reno. He just needs a flight out there and the $8,000.
Yeah, of course.
It's the first Super Bowl in Vegas. It's going to be a hell of an opportunity.
Oh, man.
Although this woman, Celine, says that he's a Bills fan.
Yeah.
So he doesn't care about either of the teams. And trying to tell the tone from the message, she doesn't sound thrilled.
No wife is.
Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. What's up, buddy?
What's happening? Reno to Las Vegas is roughly 400 miles. Flights to Las Vegas are cheap. Flights to Reno are not. You have to fly between the two. It's only an hour flight, but it's the worst flight you'll ever take because of all the updrafts by the mountains. It is like a roller coaster upside down. You will crap your pants. Okay. Anyways.
Thank you.
Here's how I put the $8,000 in context. Hey, Tommy, did you hear about your car? It broke. It'll cost $8,000 to fix.
Okay. That sucks.
That's your reaction, dummy?
Well, I think he might think you actually know his car broke. He's very confused right now.
Yeah, I want to go look out the window.
Way to play along, stupid. It's only a radio show.
It was to you, called. Now it's called Let's Make a Deal. What are you getting at?
I'm getting at $8,000 is such a massive amount of money. And if you said somebody broke their car broke down, $8,000 to fix, you'll say, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, something happened to their house, $8,000. My God, $8,000 for teams that you don't even are invested in, and you're going to an event that half of it will be commercials. I just don't understand this.
Okay, so you're out.
Whatever,
You're out
man.
on this.
Yeah, but you would go.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I mean, you're a huge sports fan.
No, I mean, look, in all
Hey,
honesty.
you got it,
in
bro.
all honesty.
Look at that hat you're wearing today. Got 4 logos on it.
I got this at Marshall's for
I
$7.
know, Marshalls.
No, like in all honesty, I wouldn't even go to my wife with this. Like I would already.
You would be afraid to even ask.
Yes, I would, and she would be like, because she would do that thing where she'd be like, "Yeah, if you want to, you make the decision."
Oh, that empty gesture.
Bro, no, it's the you're.
She doesn't want to tell you no.
It's a bear trap. No, she wants me to make the wrong decision so she could hold it over my head for the rest of my life. But Jeremy, let me ask you this question. When it comes to something you want to do, because you're a big music guy, let's say there's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a concert, an opportunity. What is the most you'd be willing to spend on a whim a couple days' notice?
A couple of days' notice. It honestly depends on how much money I have in my bank account.
Okay.
To be real with you, I don't have a lot of money to move around. So, but I will tell you that when McCartney came to Syracuse, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, I think the tickets were like $200 a piece. And I didn't flinch. I'm like, he's a goddamn Beatle. Of course I'm going to see him. But I don't know at what price point is going to make me say forget it.
Okay. How about if you could ride credit, Metallica's last ever show, it's in San Diego. It's going to cost you $3,000 to get there. Are you going?
Yeah, I'm going.
All right, $3,000. There you go.
Okay.
All right, Jeremy.
It's a $5,000 difference.
Okay, no, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out where your head's at.
The line.
Man.
You want my head? Ugh, nobody wants to be in there. Bye, Dix.
Bye, Jeremy. Like, you sit here and you crap on $8,000, but there's something you would spend $8,000 on a whim for. There is.
Oh, I'm sure.
I don't know what that thing is, and you would do it, and Kimmy and I would be like, "What? Are you kidding me right now? Jazz Hall of Fame induction?
Wait, what are they doing?
Smokey Miles McGillicuddy? He's an Irish black man. I don't know what happened with his name.
I mean, I have spent money on experiences, and they've always come out kind of flat.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
really?
Like now, some of them were my experiences, but like I was like,
Is that because you knew how much you were spending? Like, I wonder if that would ruin it for people. Like, even if you make the decision, I'm going to go, I don't care.
Right.
And the whole time there, you may be thinking, was this worth what I spent? Am I getting the most for what I spent?
Because think of it, it's fantasy of the mind, right? You're thinking this is what it's going to be like, and it's never going to be that. So you're going to be underwhelmed somewhat.
See, but with something like this, I look at it differently, and I kind of have a personal relate to this.
All right.
Again, talking about this guy with an opportunity from Rochester to buy an $8,000 Super Bowl ticket for Sunday. Last year when the Bills were doing that Thanksgiving Day game in Detroit, I was already taking my family. We had planned ahead. They moved that game because of the snow to Sunday in Detroit. So 3 days before, I had the opportunity to buy a ticket and go by myself and hang out in Detroit for 3 days, go to the game, party, and have fun.
Yeah.
And after my wife gave me the Pope's blessing, I hopped on it.
Right.
And because it was on a whim,
And a spontaneous move,
the spontaneity keeps you from having expectations.
which helps.
Okay.
And I
Absolutely.
think that's the
less time to think about
exactly. Like, it was one of the greatest weekends of my life because it all happened so fast.
Okay.
And it was a surprise.
You
Like,
didn't overthink it.
yes, you didn't have time to get in your own head about what do you want. I just followed the wind, and it was so much fun. Like, if you have the opportunity, and by the way, wasn't even close to the amount of money this guy would have to spend. But, like, I see this story, and I go, you got to go. You have to go.
Once in a lifetime.
Yeah, like, to estimate that, I'm dying to know, Celine or husband who goes unnamed in this Facebook message, let us know what your decision is today. Because she said when she wrote us on Tuesday, he's got to decide by today. So even if we don't do it on the air, just write me because she ain't, bro, just reading this message, she ain't letting him go.
No. There's no way. No wife wants to hear Vegas, I don't go.
And, like, the other problem, you're right.
Yeah.
The other problem is, like, if he does go and she signs off on it,
Yeah.
there is nothing he can say no to that she wants for the next, like, 10 years.
10 years, you're done for ever.
No, because you're going to keep a tally in your head of
Cost.
Yeah, we're up to the point that I spent now, and then you could put your foot down again.
Good luck with that. You're locked in. That's
It may
a
take a
life.
long time to get there.
That's a life sentence. It is. That's your last supper before she puts you in the marriage electric chair and she turns it up slowly.
Yeah, but you can do a lot less fun stuff than a Super Bowl in Vegas to end it. Like, if that's your last meal,
All right.
you eating fine.
Oh, you can eat fine in Vegas.
Not helping if she's listening, bro.
No, I'm just talking. They got nice buffets there. Okay. And they got some street buffets too, brother. No, the outdoor dining.
Yeah, no, we got it. Thank you.
You can eat al fresco. I think that's her name.
Mistakes will happen.
Like this show.
100%. And there are mistakes that run the gamut. Like this mistake that we first heard about back in November from a prominent member of the community. Huge. Huge mistake. So much so it cost him his job. And you would think that when you make a mistake like this with a high-profile job, you would just want it to go away as fast as possible. Yet a move this person made yesterday in court does not do that. And look, he's got a right to do this, and he hasn't been convicted of anything.
But should you do this?
I mean, if you look at the two other examples that we've seen recently, I don't know why he did this.
Okay.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Everyone's going to make mistakes.
Sure.
Some mistakes way worse than others. But for the person that makes that mistake, the situation gets a lot easier for everyone involved when that person puts their hand up and goes, yeah, I made a mistake.
All right, my bad.
I screwed up bad.
Okay.
Which is why this update to a major story in our area from a few months ago is surprising.
What happened?
Well, if you walked away from a job like this and other people have been negatively affected by the allegations you're facing, what is the benefit of doing this yesterday?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just classic rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Back in November, the now former police chief in Macedon showed up in the news. Fabian Rivera, according to his story on 13 Wham, allegedly crashed his patrol car just off the Gananda School District grounds. In that incident, he was charged with a DWI.
This happened like in the morning.
Yes, it was early in the morning. Now, and when I say it was like 8 o'clock,
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like that.
yeah, yeah.
Now, that itself is bad.
Yeah.
But there was a further problem. Court paperwork says that a Macedon police sergeant drove him home after the crash. That apparently was a big no-no. That sergeant was suspended pending the outcome of an investigation. 13 Wham did not have an update to what's going on there, so it's possible they're still on suspension right now. And that, Tommy, would be bad enough.
But wait.
There's more.
Okay.
After getting home, Rivera is accused of then getting in his personal vehicle and driving away. He was pulled over again, given a sobriety test, where authorities say he blew a .25.
So he got busted twice in the same morning.
For a DWI. And when he blew, again, according to police, he blew more than 3 times the legal limit. He was arrested, and the day after the incident, he resigned as the chief of police.
Okay.
I mean, look, pretty...
Let's call that a career.
Yeah.
Wrap her up.
So you would think, after all that, this story was going to get a pretty quick finish.
Yeah.
Well,
What happened?
yesterday Rivera was in court to answer for these charges.
Yeah.
And he pleaded not guilty.
Well, that makes
Drag
sense, I
this one
guess.
out.
You're going to try to get it reduced to something, right?
Okay, so let's break that down in a second. By the way, he pleaded not guilty to both of the DWI charges. And just again, so we can all comprehend what happened here. He resigned.
Yep.
There is someone else now in trouble based on the allegations that they did something inappropriate.
Right.
And he pleaded not guilty. And at this point, it's important to point out, Tommy, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise.
Absolutely.
Right? He has been convicted of anything. And just because someone is arrested doesn't mean they committed a crime. Further, pleading not guilty is well within his constitutional rights, so he didn't do anything wrong here.
Yeah.
That being said, with the resignation, with a coworker being suspended, with this being such a major story when it broke in the first place, you would think, Tommy, this isn't something someone would want back in the news over and over again. Why? Based on the actions in the allegations, the high-profile job that you had, would you plead not guilty?
I mean, you've already taken my career shot.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I mean, my legacy is ruined. So I don't want to do time. I don't want to. I guess you just try to fight it now, just to save, not your legacy, but so much like now just what it's going to cost you.
Okay.
Like insurance, jail time. If he's looking at that, I don't know.
If you bring up financial costs, pleading not guilty, and if you either go to trial or you're going to try and come up with a plea deal, that's going to cost you more money.
I was going to say, wouldn't that be more of a risk?
I guess, but like maybe he's thinking like I can't rent a car, I can't do certain things with a DWI, I can't get into Canada.
Well, 2 accusations actually.
Yeah,
I mean,
I guess they always say don't plead guilty, try to get a better deal out of it. I guess that's what he's thinking because it's already costed him.
Yeah, maybe if you can get like one thing reduced, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's talk about that because if that's the plan. There's going to be further issues. And this could go a couple of ways, Tommy.
What's up?
Okay, so let's say one, they go to court. There's going to be a court case. If that happens, this story will be in the news every day that he's in court.
Right.
And
what people say about it.
Exactly.
You know?
And not only that, Kimmy, it means every time that the news has to report on it, which will be every day he's in court, they're going to have to repeat the allegations that he is facing, which is not good. It just brings more and more attention over and over again.
And to your point, other people were involved, so you're going to have to hear their side of things.
But let's go what you just brought up, Tommy.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to get a plea deal done.
A better deal.
Yeah, okay. That could be even worse because if a plea deal gets done and folks decide this guy got off light, it's a bad look for everyone involved.
Well, he can't win either way in public opinion, to me.
But at this point, it's not just about him because there are going to be people, no matter what he gets in a plea deal, they're going to be shouting special treatment because he was the chief of police. And that's even if a deal that someone else given to him. Like, we don't really see, Tommy, the end of these DWI stories in the news. So unless you've had it happen in your personal life, you wouldn't really know. But if you're trying to get a plea deal, you are putting whomever is prosecuting this case in a really bad spot. They have to think about what we just brought up, all these things. They have to consider the folks who want to hold a police officer, chief of police especially, accused of breaking the law to a higher standard. Okay. And then there are going to be people who, because he is a police officer, will argue he should be handled differently because of the service he's provided to the community. Okay. By not pleading guilty, you are bringing in a whole bunch of other people that now have this bomb they have to deal with.
I agree. But I'm thinking it from his perspective. If he can get some of this stuff reduced.
Okay.
Like, that's what I did.
Okay. It's a different situation.
No, but I was guilty of what I did.
No, I understand.
But I tried to get it reduced, and I did. But it cost you.
No, I get it.
Do you think your mentality would have changed if you were somebody who has had that role before? You know what I mean? Like, I think just the job that you had, being in the public eye, knowing everybody in town kind of situation, like, I wonder if that would have changed your mind on how you would have handled it.
I mean, he was the law in that town.
Yeah.
He was the law in that town. And again, he has not been convicted of anything. He's within his rights to do what he did.
But he has been kind of convicted because he's had to step. He knew he had to get out of that situation. So you already took his career away. Right, he's already embarrassed his family, right? If he cares,
okay,
he had to deal with his wife and everything else. So all that's done. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Take away his birthday?
Well, you would send him to jail for 2 DWIs in the same morning.
And he ain't doing that. He's going to fight that tooth and nail.
Okay, but let's talk about that though. I hate that argument. You're not the only one that makes it. That haven't they suffered enough?
No, I'm not saying that. But you've already tied him to the whipping post. So now. I've already been embarrassed. You've already pantsed me. You already took my career away.
No, but that's what you're saying. Yeah. You're saying you've taken my career away. I'm publicly embarrassed. Haven't I suffered enough? And my argument is no, because everybody has to deal with this. Look, man, when somebody ends up in the news for a crime like this, right? Like, you're not only held accountable to your family and your coworkers, you're held accountable to what the law is. And just because you have a job that is higher profile, I didn't make you take that job.
No, that's true.
I didn't make the decision you should be the chief of police. And again, this doesn't make him necessarily a bad person.
No.
I don't know what that guy's going through, right?
True.
Like, there's a whole bunch of moving parts of this story. It's just shocking. And again, based on other incidents we've seen like this, that he went into court and pleaded not guilty. And we'll get to that in a second. 252-WCMF, we got folks waiting on hold. We're talking about the former police chief out in Macedon back in November. You remember the story.
Oh, yeah.
He got 2 DWIs in one morning, one of them in a patrol car. He allegedly blew a .25 the second time, 3 times the legal limit. On the first DWI, after he got in an accident, he was allegedly driven home by a coworker, a sergeant. That sergeant was placed on leave while an investigation was happening. We don't know what's going on with that. He then resigned his job the next day. Yet despite all of these things, he pleaded not guilty in court yesterday. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
He's going to fight it because if you get 2 DWIs in 10 years, one of them's a felony. So if he can get one dropped, he will not have a felony on his record.
All right, so let me ask you this. And again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how this stuff works. It's all speculation here, whatever.
Yeah.
If you, Mike, had the potential to put people that you worked with or people that you know in a worse position by getting a better situation for yourself, is that selfish or is that smart?
I don't think they're getting in a worse position. It's their job. That's what they do every day. It's not a bombshell to a prosecutor or to the defense attorney. That's their job. That's what they do every day.
I mean, you're making the same argument I just made, so that's a fair argument. You're right. That prosecutor wasn't forced to become a prosecutor. This was always a potential thing.
And the guy that helped him out.
But that's what he does every day, so it's not a big problem for him.
Yes, but that's not going to change whatever he says because either way, he didn't. He's in trouble for giving him a ride home.
I don't think it was a man, but going further, going
Ladies
down
be given rides too.
But going down the road there, but you're right. It's not going to change what their punishment is. Right. But every time this story shows back up in the news, that's going to be mentioned again. Like that keeps coming back up. So Mikey, you're okay with him? Like you would understand why he would plead not guilty yesterday.
I do, and if you look at it, he's a cop, so he knows the law. He knows the ins and outs. If you ever watch, cops don't give statements without lawyers, but they'll try to get you to do it. So he knows the system. He knows what to do, and he knows how to play the game. So he's probably doing it quite well, actually.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yep.
All right, take care.
So I guess it comes down to save your ass.
Okay, yes, you're right. It's an SYA situation. Yeah. But again, like, I don't know, like, there are people, when there's other people involved,
yes,
sometimes you got to own it. Right? Like, isn't that the right thing to do? And I say
for
that
the sake of the other people involved, you're saying?
Yes, and I say that now in a hypothetical situation because, again, no conviction. He has a right to plead not guilty. It's in the Constitution. But, like, if I am in a spot where I have made such a mistake that now people that I know
and worked with,
who may have been trying to help me are getting buried here, what kind of person am I going, well, what, I got to look out for me? You were looking out for me. I also have to look out for me. See this thing that happened because you were looking out for me? Yeah. Well, I'm going to continue to look out for me.
It's a dirty business for sure.
I do wonder, though, would it help them if he did, if a charge was dropped?
I don't know.
How, I'm wondering, like, if they would then not be involved anymore.
It sounds like a protocol thing more than
like you just don't do this in general.
That's what it seems like based on the story. And what makes this even more bizarre, past what your rights are, past trying to find a deal, we've seen other folks in similar situations that make this situation unique. The former Greece police chief pleaded guilty to a DWAI, driving while ability impaired, and leaving the scene of an accident after that incident that happened on 390 in 2021. Right. Remember, he was riding on three tires. The former Irondequoit police chief, Alan Laird, pleaded guilty back in December for charges relating to tax fraud. He got 6 months in prison for that.
That was the guy that had like a side gig?
Yep, you got a side business. Now, all of these cases are obviously different. But the sooner it's over, the sooner you can move on, the fewer people are put in awkward spots. Also, just realize that we've had 3 police chiefs from different towns in our area arrested since 2021.
Oh, we have? Oh.
Greece.
Oh, yeah.
Irondequoit. Macedon.
Yeah.
That's not ideal.
No, it's not.
That's got to be some kind of record for a community of our size,
right?
Right?
Probably, yeah.
That you don't see that happen a lot.
No, sure, yeah.
Okay. So because of this, it continues to be a news story.
Yeah.
Right? And you now have to ride out the coverage of what's going on here.
Yeah.
And everybody's statements.
And everybody's opinion.
Yeah.
Because this ain't the 1980s anymore where Don Alhart with slightly darker hair gets on TV, reads you the story, and then they move on to weather. Everybody's got a voice. Everybody's got a Facebook page. Everybody thinks you want to hear what they have to say.
But I always figure people get bored too and they just move on to the next tragedy. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Unless those other people involved have some really solid stuff against you. That's all going to come out.
Buckle up, bud.
All right.
Let's take a break. A man who, I guess, made a mistake in Western New York, but not to the level of this, if the allegation is true. Well, this guy said he was going to bring championships to Buffalo, and he never did.
Okay.
And, in fact, things went so poorly that when he left Buffalo, he has yet to work in the NFL again.
Oh, that guy.
But that could be changing very soon.
Oh, really?
And if there was a team custom built for what this guy does, it's the team that he's sitting down with.
Really?
Bro, we don't got to deal with him anymore. But for entertainment's sake, this might be the story of the upcoming NFL season. And we'll tell you who we're talking about next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This guy's been out of the NFL for a long time.
Oh, long time.
But I think you can make the argument it's a better place when he's in it.
Okay.
And where he interviewed yesterday, if he were to get this job,
he's back, baby.
It would be, Tommy, the perfect storm of entertainment for the 2024-2025 NFL season.
Man, who's coming back?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Super Bowl is on Sunday, but teams that aren't playing are getting their ducks in order.
Yeah.
And the Dallas Cowboys found out last week they need to hire a new defensive coordinator after theirs was hired as the head coach of the Washington Commanders.
Who are they looking at?
Yesterday, the Dallas Cowboys interviewed former Bills head coach Rex Ryan.
Wait, Rex?
As their defensive coordinator position. Who'd you think I was going to say?
I was thinking like either like Doug Marrone.
No. Doug the Bone Marrone was just fired as the offensive line coach from the Saints.
How do you get fired as an offensive line coach?
The offensive line sucks.
And that other crazy coach that was with he was putting bounties out.
Greg Williams.
Yeah, I thought
don't even
maybe
know
that
what
guy.
He's doing. No. It's Rex.
Wow. Man, he's got a sweet gig on ESPN.
I know. I kind of thought that was he was past that, just because it seems like he could have probably kept going, finding those kind of jobs if he wanted to.
Now, you got to remember, Rex is a coaching legacy. His dad, Buddy Ryan.
Well, he was a god.
Yeah. And, I mean, some guys just have it in their blood.
Yeah. But is his brother doing anything? Because I know his brother stuck around longer than he did in the coaching world.
His brother had a job somewhere this year. I don't know what the job was. So Rex Ryan has not coached in the NFL since being fired as the head coach of the Buffalo Bills, which has been, 7-8 years now?
Yeah, he went basically into TV.
Yeah, he's been working at ESPN ever since. But the NFL is better with Rex Ryan in it, right?
Well, he is fun-loving. I mean, he's kind of he's a character. He keeps it interesting.
I mean, say what you want about him as a coach, but you cannot argue he is entertaining.
He's a
as
goofball.
hell. He's charming.
Yeah.
He's funny.
Mm-hmm.
He runs his mouth. He will always give you a great quote.
Right.
Now, imagine what we know about Rex Ryan, and we had an intimate relationship with him as Bills fans.
Yeah.
Everything you know about him, having to work under Jerry freaking Jones.
Yes. In that place.
I want it, and I want it so bad.
It could be fun.
He might actually be successful. I mean, he had some of the best defenses in the NFL as a coordinator with the Ravens before he got that head coaching job in New York.
And like you said, he had success with the Jets.
Yeah, two straight AFC championships.
Yeah.
Definitely a guy players seem to love. I mean, he's got that going for him.
I mean, his loyalty to Tyrod Taylor is what got him fired before the end of his final season.
So the coach at Dallas now, they never got rid of him, right? They were going to boot him, and then they kept him.
Yeah, it was shocking that head coach for the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, was not fired the way the season ended.
But he'd be working with that guy.
So here's what's even funnier about that. You know, Rex, as you said, loves to run his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Rex Ryan consistently has criticized Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for the moves he's made on the field.
Well, it makes sense, right? But is Rex thinking, I take this gig,
ooh,
and that guy gets the boot, I get the head coaching job at the Cowboys if I do my job right and I sweet talk Jerry, because Jerry seems to be that guy over anything else, loves to be sweet talked.
What an image that would be. Rex Ryan is the Cowboys head coach.
So here's why that's not the stupidest thing you've ever said.
Rex and Jerry show, baby. Come on.
First of all, why am I blanking on the coordinator for the Cowboys last year, Kimmy, who just took the Commander's job? It's Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn, who was the DC, was rumored to be getting promoted to the head coaching job in Dallas. So that's a thing. Not only that, Jerry Jones on several occasions has fired head coaches only to promote coordinators to that job.
And that guy's on a hot seat, right? Like
100%.
Right. The city of Dallas really wants that guy gone.
Look, you're at the point where, I mean, Jerry Jones said, and I'm paraphrasing the quote, that they are all in this season. I don't know what that means, but they're all in. So you would think if he doesn't make a Super Bowl, I'm not joking.
He's gone.
He's gone.
So Rex is just waiting.
It's not out of the question. I mean, he's also now at an age where he might be looked at as too old to be an NFL head coach. Kimmy, could you wiki how old Rex Ryan is?
He's got to be my age or a little younger.
Yeah, no, like I said.
What?
Yeah.
You could be 70 years
he's
old.
61.
How old?
61.
Yeah, he's not too old.
Those guys go long.
The trend,
in coaching.
Kimmy, you know, the trend has been.
Yeah.
We're going to hire
they
young
go
guys.
younger, yeah.
Pete Carroll lost his job because he turned 72 in Seattle.
But he's 72. I mean, you could give Rex 10 more years.
Okay, look at
Still
Pete
wouldn't be at Pete Carroll.
Look at Pete Carroll, 72.
You're right.
Look at Rex Ryan, 61.
You're right.
I rest my case.
By the way, Rob Ryan's been with the Raiders as the senior defensive assistant.
Sounds
so he's in Vegas, baby.
Yeah, because I knew
if he's still there.
I knew we saw him at some point this year.
Okay.
252 WCMF. Rex Ryan yesterday interviewed for the vacant defensive coordinator position. He has not had a coaching job in the NFL since the Bills fired him as their head coach. Do Bills fans love or hate Rex Ryan?
Well, that's a great question because he never did what he was supposed to do.
No, it wasn't a good coach. Never made the playoffs. He made some bonehead mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
He did. I mean, despite being fired, though,
he was embraced.
He didn't. As far as I know, it's not like he crapped all over Buffalo on the way out, which you would understand somebody doing, right? Like to lose your job in that way. And he kind of just he's still says how much he loved his time in Buffalo, and whether or not that's BS, I don't know, but he played it right.
Well, look, he embraced the hell out of Western New York when he was here.
Come on, he got the truck, the shrink wrap. He's going out for beers with Jim Kelly before he even coached a snap, right?
Yeah, I mean, and he
did it the right way.
And he was always very accessible. He was great with the fans, right? He would sit and talk to people. Like when we sat and talked to him at training camp that one year, he was just an engaging.
Yeah. Everybody loves a fat coach.
He seemed kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Right, and I think that came across not only in personal conversations, but when he was standing up at a podium.
I will say this, when I watched him do that HBO, whatever the hell they call it.
Hard Knocks.
He was phenomenal. That was one of the funniest things I've ever watched.
Kind of put that show on the map.
It did.
You know what I mean?
Let's go get an effing snack.
Yeah.
It's think of that. He had an iconic line of a TV channel full of iconic lines.
Yep.
Just an offhanded thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean, you got to root for Dallas if he's the head coach. I'm rooting for Dallas.
All right, so let's talk about that because we sit here, and I guess the three of us with the experiences that we've had with Rex, we look at Rex fondly.
Mm-hmm. And Dallas puts on a hell of a show.
Well, that's just it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want him to be successful, or do you want the show? Because
we want the show.
I want the show.
Okay, no, you just said I'm rooting for Dallas.
Right.
But if you root for Dallas and they do well, you don't get the show. When he does well, things go smooth.
All right, so here's how I'm rooting. I want his defense to be successful.
Okay.
I want that coach to suck.
Mike McCarthy.
And I want him to get the job. And then I want me some show. I want me some cornhole.
So wait, you want him to get the job and then
hole.
things to go.
Yeah.
I was going to just slide past that.
No, what did he say? Glory hole?
No.
Remember Jerry Jones goes, I want me some glory hole?
Is that what he said?
He was talking about making it to the Super Bowl and everybody was taking it the wrong way. It's an oil term, but somebody thought he was being dirty.
Well, here's the thing.
I want to get me some glory hole.
The way that he lives his life,
he
could have been
or
saying
cornhole. I
whatever
don't know.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah.
Wait, he said, I want to get me some glory hole?
He said he called something an absolute glory hole.
But I think it's a well-digging term.
Okay. Again, still works.
Yeah. Just don't put your thing in there. So, I am rooting for Rex.
Okay.
I think that's what I'm saying, really, not so much
for his success.
I would root for him wherever he goes.
Okay.
But I want to show more than I want to see success. Because he looks like a guy, he can't handle success. He's going to get out of control.
I mean, he is older now.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
But he's still Rex.
I will say this. It seems that Rex Ryan, based on the conversation we had with him, the quotes that he's had in the last couple of years, learned from his dad. Because his dad, Buddy Ryan, was a hothead. And if you don't believe me, there's a video of him as a defensive coordinator on the sidelines of a football game live, prime time, trying to punch Kevin Gilbride, the offensive coordinator who he worked with after a disagreement. Literally, he goes up to him and throws a punch at his face.
Yeah.
And it seems like listening to him talk on ESPN, he's learned the lesson.
You think he's maybe a little more humble?
Mellow, humble, maybe? I don't know.
But he's also embraces him. I got to give you the guy credit. He embraces himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
He goes what his strengths are, and he's not afraid to make fun of himself.
He's self-aware.
That's why he's so charming.
I think that's it. I think he's very self-aware.
He's opened up about his fetishes, his weight.
Yeah.
He still makes jokes about that
he puts
on ESPN.
it all out there.
Yeah, I saw it. It was really funny. I like toes. I just don't like those toes.
I wonder what you could say to offend that guy, honestly.
Well, he did. Remember, he almost got in a fist fight outside of a bar in Nashville
with
6
his
months.
brother.
Yeah, after he got fired. So there's something you could say.
Yeah.
Where two fat guys trying to get up out of a chair.
Oh, God, it was hysterical.
You stop that right now. All right, let's take a break. The police need your help, Tommy.
Okay.
They need you to solve a crime.
I'll help.
And I'm not talking about one specific crime. They need help in solving all types of crimes. And that's why recently, the last couple of years, all of the police departments in the greater Rochester area have now a Twitter and an Instagram presence.
Okay.
They want you to go onto Facebook or any of these social media sites, see this person they don't know, and tip them
Do some
off.
digging.
So start narking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a new concept. There's been things that have existed for years like this. But a story on 10 NBC last night breaks down how they do it and the success they've had, and it has raised one question from someone in this room.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You see it all the time.
Like what?
On the news and social media.
What am I saying?
Someone's accused of committing a crime, and they need the public's help to identify this person.
Oh, okay.
It's up to us, Tommy, to keep our community safe.
Rounding these bastards up.
But someone in this room is looking at this idea and scratching their head a little bit. Because based on how things go on our stupid little show, there is no way, most of the time, anyone is going to have the right information to help you out.
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Big day for the break room today.
What's going on?
Well, Tommy had his 30th anniversary event. We did it a couple of weeks ago with Three Heads. Wonderful. You can still watch it, by the way, in its entirety on our YouTube page, WCMF. The Break Room WCMF.
It was a magical night.
And it was. And at that event, we sold limited edition T-shirts, Tommy Nation shirts that some folks snapped up. And folks that weren't able to get into the event were begging us for an opportunity to purchase one. Well, today's the day. You can go to WCMF.com right now, our rock shop. We have officially started selling online our Tommy Nation T-shirts. Pretty cool. We think that's a cigar in his mouth. You can log on to WCMF.com, click on the rock shop. Not only do we have our brand new Tommy Nation shirts, the classics like the standard WCMF T-shirt and the Ribs Arkansas shirt still available. So go check that out and let everyone know that you're the world's biggest Tommy Muley fan at the rock shop at WCMF.com. So, story on 10 NBC last night.
What'd they say?
Well, it's about how the Monroe County Sheriff's Office has been using social media to try and identify potential criminals. And you've seen the posts. Oh, yeah. Right? It's like a still shot.
Have you seen this person?
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now. It's like a still shot of security camera footage, right?
Leaving the store.
Yeah. And they usually list the town the store was in and any other information they have about the person. And the hopes, obviously, of doing this is that folks who see the post, recognize someone, reach out, and tell the authorities something they didn't know. And it seems, at baseline, like a foolproof idea.
Okay.
But Tommy, someone in this room saw this story and started to wonder about a few things.
Because you might not, if let's say you saw this on TV and you thought, you know what, that kind of looks like somebody, but I'm not sure. You're probably not going to call in with that information.
Okay.
But if I can just simply copy and paste a photo or somebody's information or link somebody's profile to whatever, I'm not sure how they're going to go about it. Like
so there's
website
an email
or
you
email.
can go,
If it's dealing with an email, I may send them that person plus a few other people I think it might be.
Okay.
So I just feel like
a collection of
maybe
creeps.
Eventually they get to something that's useful, but they got to dig through a lot of crap to get there.
So you're wondering how efficient this idea is.
I just think everybody wants to participate, and if it's that easy, you're going to get a lot of people that think they're detectives.
Like, it's a great question because you're right, Kimmy. There is a segment of this population that just want to be a part of solving
so
crimes.
badly that maybe they're going to give you information that leads you nowhere.
And like you got to tell me the standard like old guy looky-loos that want to be a part of something. You also have, Kimmy, this whole segment of like younger people that love these true crime podcasts and documentaries, right?
Internet sleuths, they call them.
Yeah. And then, Kimmy, there are those folks that see these photos and they're sure that's their coworker or their neighbor or a parent of a kid they know.
That was my sister.
So your sister participated in stuff like this.
So kind of. So my sister used to love to watch America's Most Wanted.
By the way, still on.
Yeah.
They're celebrating like their 35th year this year.
It has to be one of the longest running shows. And she would swear the next day that person was at her deli counter getting lunch. I'm not making this up.
It's almost like she just starts to see things because she wants it so bad to be true.
Oh yeah, and she also. She would watch she was a neighborhood snoop.
Okay.
She was always watching everybody. Even though her life was a disaster, she was like, oh, well, I know what goes on in that house, and that house is no good. And I go, how do you know? But you just know.
Yeah, those neighborhood snoops, man, they're the worst, aren't
she was So, what?
What? Was it running the Muley family?
I never made a call.
You snoop-ass bitch. You're still snooping.
I don't make a call.
You're still out there snooping.
Snooping and sweeping and sweeping and snooping.
But you were saying.
No, but she would call. She called like services, I think this kid's in danger.
She had no problem getting involved.
No. And by the way, her kids were a disaster.
So, Kimmy, you had asked how effective these are.
I do wonder.
Well, they can't be.
Well, thanks to 10 NBC, last night we have an answer to that question.
So how many times they get a hit that leads to something.
You got it. So this is strictly the Monroe County Sheriff's Department. Right. But last year, the sheriffs say they posted 215 pictures of people in relation to about 150 cases. So that's just under a person a day.
Okay.
They say those pictures led to about 250 tips for 60% of the incidents. So right off the bat, getting information, they got no information on 4 in 10 of the posts they posted.
Okay.
Then the tips they got, Tommy, the sheriff's department said led to charges about 25% of the time.
That they didn't have before.
You got it.
All right, so they get a quarter more arrests.
Okay, but let's break it down here. If you take the 215 pictures we started with, and you bring that down 75%, because 25% of the time, right? Okay. That means if we did the math right, and you know how well we do math in the break room, you had charges brought up on 54 people. And keep in mind, that's not convictions, that's charges.
Okay.
So
that's not bad, I guess.
On one hand, to your point, that's 54 cases, Tommy, you may not have moved forward with if you didn't have the social media tips.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you had to wade through 250 people telling you what they thought about this crime to get 54 people charged. Yeah. Is the work worth what happens on the back end?
I don't know, because a lot of the times it's like shoplifting and stuff, right? Or I mean, how much money you're gonna time and money you're gonna put into finding a shoplifter?
It's a good question. Now, I don't know if they put every shoplifter up. Maybe these are people that
seem to.
They believe have done this multiple times. You know, what they call frequent flyers, right? But
or somebody that knows something.
But I mean, obviously, if they're getting that much of a success, I guess they're going to keep doing it.
Well, but I don't know if you look at percentages. I mean, it depends. Are we talking about?
That's what I wonder. How much work is it to get to that 20%? Is that using resources that could be doing that different types of research?
That's why I pay your salary. I'm kidding.
No, I'm wondering. I guess I'm wondering: is it easier for them to do it this way, or do they waste more time because they're searching through things that don't lead anywhere?
Okay, 252 WCMF 252-9263. It's a great question. Like again, it's 54 people that face charges that maybe wouldn't. Right. But it's all about how you measure it, because if you have someone, an NFL quarterback, that's completing 25% of their passes, that guy doesn't have a job after one game. Yet if you have a baseball player that's hitting 250, that guy's an everyday ball player. Right? So where does it lie on the work is worth the success rate?
Well, I mean, I guess it's cheaper than having to go out and search all this stuff out, right?
Well, you still have to go find them even after you get the tip.
But I say you didn't have this resource. You'd have to do a lot of door knocking and going around where you don't have to do that. You can pay one 50-year-old woman to sit there and do it.
Okay. Why is it a 50-year-old woman?
It's always a 50-year-old woman.
See, in my head, I had it as like a 22-year-old kid. Like, I'm going to be a cop. Check me out. I got a phone. They gave me a uniform, but I don't get a badge.
I have it as an old lady.
Okay.
I kind of do, too. Just based on the documentaries I've seen. It's a lot of older people sitting at their computers.
You're being that guy you hate, Kimmy.
You're right. But I think it's the Facebook generation that are the most involved in stuff like this. And that tends to skew a little older.
You're right.
Yeah, it's Fuddy meets Duddy.
Well, I've seen it on Instagram and Twitter, though, too. Like just yesterday, Greece, the Greece Police Department put up photos of folks that they were looking for information.
Yeah.
And it's always funny to me, too. There are some people that will comment under the photo where everyone else can see it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, hey, man,
yeah.
Don't got to do that. There's
probably
an email.
Good reading, though.
There's an email.
Right.
Well, you bring up that question,
or
that point, 252 WCMF 252-9263, story on 10 NBC last night about how the Sheriff's Department is using social media to try and identify some suspects. And Kimmy was wondering if all of the people that want to reach out and help solve these crimes makes it easier or harder. We find out that about 25% of the photos they put up end up leading to charges they wouldn't have had before. Do you think that having a job, getting the tips coming in, listening, recording, whatever,
just going through the stuff,
would that be a dream job or a nightmare job?
It's got to be a monotonous nightmare. Because to Kimmy's point, you're looking at so many just things that go nowhere.
Yeah, but you also... But it's kind of like a puzzle. It's like the hunt. Like you're sorting through all these things, hoping to get to something. So I don't know if that satisfaction of when you actually do find something useful and helpful, if that makes up for it.
Oh no, I'm talking about just being the person that reads the emails or takes the phone calls.
I know.
It's got to suck.
Right. Think about it this way, though. You are getting to hear
Yeah, like you're
your
getting
town.
a lot
Like,
of drama and gossip.
They're just dropping all of the town gossip.
Yeah.
I think it's this because when I was banned, and then they took their kid to the play on Friday night, and their kid was not wearing a coat. He was wearing a T-shirt in 30-degree weather, and you know what that says about those people.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think the average person in the greater Rochester area wants to be a part of a tip program like this? Like, if you were to give me a percentage, Tommy, Monroe County, how many people actively would want to give a tip to the cops if they had it?
All old men.
Okay. Well, you're an old man. You stay out of it. You don't snitch.
But I'm a weirdo.
Because snitches get wet britches, as you said yesterday.
I'm not a narc.
Okay.
But most men my age are huge narcs.
Okay, so
They
you're
go
saying,
out of their way to be narcs.
Yeah, we're narc central.
So you're saying older men's 100%.
100% on old men.
Okay.
After that, it's around 40%.
Even including moms.
Moms are a weird group, though, man.
Maybe moms are only wanting to get involved in certain things.
Yeah.
Like if kids are related, moms are in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're underestimating
Narc mom?
how many moms are narcs.
Okay.
And by the way, we're saying narc like it's a bad thing. Look, it doesn't hurt
No, but
when
actually,
you
the actual-
participate in
No.
the safety of your community.
I mean, I will say this. I would think that a mom would be a great investigator just based on what she has to look for around her own house.
Okay, bro.
They're snoops. They have to listen. They have to deduce. They have to figure out what's going on.
Your mom was a good investigator?
My mother would have been a great detective because my mother was sneaky and she could lie her ass off.
Your dad was probably cheating on her the whole time they were married.
Who knows what his mom was doing? That's how sneaky she was.
Yeah, she might have going, better her than me, man. I don't want to touch that thing.
I think women are great internet sleuths. If you know any woman that's dating right now, she will find every little tiny bit of information about somebody she hasn't even met yet.
Yeah, she's got to protect her
before she goes
sex
on that
palace,
first
man.
date.
Did you call it a sex palace?
Yeah. What?
I know some women that will find some insane information just with social media. Their social media sleuth skills.
Because women have to be more aware of their environment than men do, and just in general.
For safety's sake, you mean?
Yes.
It's safety, and it's also just, wanting to know things.
Yeah, you're all nosy. Just a bunch of nosy broads out there. And don't get me started about the dishes. Let me ask you this, Tommy, because you say you're not a narc. Like, you're the weirdest old guy I know.
Thank you.
Because you're not a narc, but you want to be a narc. Like, it's in you.
I enjoy narcisms. Yes.
Would you feel proud if you saw someone you had a tip on getting perp walked on the news?
Oh, yeah.
It's like a Super Bowl trophy, right?
Yeah.
But, like, you wouldn't get that credit if you weren't the one that called that tip
I also
in.
don't want to get involved.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a very tortured soul in that respect.
But it's anonymous.
Yeah,
It's
but
anonymous.
I wonder how many more people are willing to narc on a family member or friend in this type of situation if they don't feel like they're physically calling or talking to somebody, but if they're just sending an anonymous tip.
Yeah, it's like that, I forget what that Shakespeare theory is, right? But you're right. When your face is hidden, you're more likely to be
They don't know where
more
it came
brave.
from.
Exactly.
By the way, how can you be anonymous anymore?
Well, the police wouldn't share it. You wouldn't be publicly saying
But they know.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What is the shoplifter going to, like, take the gun from the cop in the interview room? Tell me who told me that. You took 3 sodas. I'll tell you who it was. It's funny, but to your point, the anonymity thing. It is a little bit funny because if they make an arrest, that
they can still come back to you.
Well, no. 90% of the people that made the anonymous tip are going to tell
Oh,
somebody
yeah, they're
and
gonna
brag
brag.
about what they did.
You did it.
You see that smooth-talking scumbag?
Nailed his ass.
Thanks to me.
Yes.
All right, so now that you know, maybe it'll encourage people to try a little
Yeah, if you get some
more,
free time, have fun.
Or if you don't care about shoplifting, just keep scrolling by your Twitter or your Instagram. This story won't die.
What happened?
Well, the end of the Bills season was heartbreaking for everybody except for one charity in Western New York because the bad thing that happened led to them getting a windfall of donations.
Oh, yeah.
And we now have the grand total, now that it's all said and done, of what they made. And it is like knee weakening.
Really?
We were wondering, Tommy, even before they hit this number, what a small charity like this would do with all this money. And they've released some figures that say, oh, no, we could use all of it. So either, I'm not calling these people liars. I'm not saying they're liars.
Right.
But like for the pet that's supposed to be like the cheapest pet to have.
Yes.
How are you spending this much money on each one of them?
Okay.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The kindness of Bills fans at the end of another heart-breaking playoff run benefited a local charity in ways that place could not imagine.
Yeah.
In fact, when we all learned how much this place was receiving day by day, we started to wonder how they could spend this much money. But there are two things in this story that may surprise you today.
Okay.
One, how much the final total ended up being.
Yeah.
And two, how much this place says they spend on pussy cats. Come on, people.
What?
Take that, FCC. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Bills kicker Tyler Bass missing that late field goal against the Chiefs broke all of our hearts. But as Bills Mafia will do, they turned it into a massive positive and decided to flood his favorite charity with massive amounts of donations. That charity, if you remember, ended up being a Western New York cat shelter. And as Kimmy said, Tyler Bass, 100%, looks like a cat guy.
I don't think I said that. Did I
thought you said out loud.
I thought you said that.
Maybe I said that and Kimmy just nodded politely.
But
Okay,
sure,
so
yeah, he kind of does.
But he's big on the stray cats.
Yes. And not
Brian
the band.
Setzer.
Oh, my God, did this charity get lucky.
So how much they rake in?
We have the final number. You ready? This cat rescue was given a donation of $377,000.
So that means like every cat has a 401k.
Tommy, when it was hovering around $250,000 a few days after the game, we had asked out loud into microphones how a small cat charity like this could manage to spend that much money.
They can't.
Well, seems like maybe they can.
All right, so what are they saying?
Okay, well, in an interview with the Buffalo News this week, the shelter says that every penny of the money they were given is going to be spent on the cats. And on top of that, they say they need every penny, Tommy.
Boy, it's expensive.
All right, so last year, the shelter says it was able to help more than 3,000 cats. And they say that helping each cat costs them on average $475 until it's adopted, which means if you do the math, the cat shelter said last year they spent $1.4 million.
On them cats.
$1.4 million on cats in this economy.
How long does it take them to unload a cat once they get it to like get it into a little girl's hands?
That I don't know.
Well, if you're, let's say, have fosters, something like that, you're usually giving the fosters money to take care of the cat.
Wait a minute. Wait. If I foster an animal, I get paid to do that?
You don't get paid, but you get, I mean, they're going to pay for the supplies and things like that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the supplies.
They don't just hand you money, but they do pay for all the costs associated with the cat or dog.
You're not surprised by the numbers I just
That's
told you,
insane,
Kimmy?
man.
$1
million to take care of 400 cats.
$1.5 million, 3,000 cats. How do you get your numbers mixed up so quickly? 3,000 cats, average of $475 per. They say they spent $1.4 million on cats last year.
Veterinary bills, things like that.
But they don't pay. But hold on. Even when you say that, they don't pay the bill that I pay.
Well, but they still
because they're
pay
an in-house
bills.
vet.
Well, no, I don't know if they have.
They're not paying retail. Like
they
I
don't
go to
have
the vet.
like their own vet. They take it to the vet.
I don't know if
maybe
they have.
There's a vet that does like some volunteer work, but they still have to pay for those bills.
All right, I got questions. Right. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because we are not cat people.
No.
But I know there are some cat people that listen to the show based on the anger we get when we make fun of cats.
Yeah.
First question.
What's that? Outside
of the windfall of donations that they got here.
Yeah.
Where is that money coming from? Like, they cannot be getting $1.4 million in donations every year, right?
Yeah, so it has to be, unless there's like some rich old lady that had some kind of like, in her will, like every year they get $1 million or something. You know what I mean?
Okay. They do have like,
crazy
donors,
old ladies.
Things like that.
No, I get it.
Crazy old will lady.
Okay, but Kimmy, with all of the Bills fans donating, they only got to $377,000. Like, is there grant money that they get?
The state, you think about?
Does it cost you more than we thought to adopt a cat, which then gets rolled back in? Like, what does it cost to adopt a cat? I always thought it was like $15.
Yeah,
depends
like the
on,
shots and everything. I thought they gave them away.
So did I. Free cat. Like we said. Like, if you really want a cat.
Because they're always overrun with cats. Dogs, everybody wants a dog. Cats.
Cats are so plentiful.
Yeah.
So plentiful that if you close your eyes and concentrate on the word cat.
I got one right now.
A cat will show up in your arms.
Really?
Like, that's how easy it is to get cat.
Right.
Are they counting, facility costs, things like that?
I don't know.
Rent?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe.
Taxes on your cat tax.
But then if it costs this much money to take care of cats, how do you have those ladies that end up with 40 cats? Mm-hmm. You never see 40 dogs.
I don't know if they're taking care of them.
Okay, fine, but they're feeding them.
Yeah.
Right? There's some of them are going to the vet. Like, there's a reason why you never see 40 dogs, because dogs cost a ton of money.
Yeah.
I thought cats were like you threw them an M&M every once in a while.
They're pretty self-contained.
Okay. Second question. You spend $475 per cat? What is the cost of owning a cat?
Like if I just had a cat at my house.
Yeah, because again, I thought the cat, when it came to pets, was the economical option. The dog.
They're easy to train because they'll go right in the litter box.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
They don't eat like a dog.
I don't know. Is cat food expensive?
Man, it's just them little cans.
Yeah, but it's wet food every time you pour it out there.
I've never had a cat.
Okay. And to be clear, the $475 per cat this charity is spending, according to them, that's not what they're spending to acquire the cat. That's what they're spending to care for the cat until someone comes in and says, I'd like that cat.
Yeah.
If it costs a regular person that much money annually to care for a cat,
a $400 cat,
$500, why would you ever want a cat?
Well, maybe that's why there's so many of them outside, man, and people don't want them. Because you get tired of it.
My guess would also be a lot of those cats that they get come in needing a lot of care.
Okay.
Because maybe somebody, to your point, like they need
shots,
something. Maybe they're sick.
Okay,
maybe they're,
fair.
They found them somewhere and they're not in great shape. So maybe you're spending more. Maybe they're spending more, especially up front.
Okay.
To help just nurse the cats back to health.
I get 252 WCMF. If you own a cat, does $500 a year sound like what you spend to keep your cat healthy and fed?
Yeah.
Because again, if it costs that much, why would you get a cat?
But maybe it costs them that much up front, and then once the cat's healthy, it's not as expensive.
I'm just asking.
I know.
I'm
just trying to figure out.
Not cat person.
Because I don't think that would be the case where
I'm a curious
that
cat
expensive.
right now.
Because you don't have to take it to a groomer. You don't have to take it to like obedience school. You don't have to do any of that stuff.
Okay, like you don't have to do that with the dog either. You can give it a bath and then not take it to an obedience class.
Well, I did both.
I know, because you're an East Side dog having bitch. Oh, we gotta take it to the groomer because my
Why don't
bathtub
some
doesn't
rough
work.
ass, rough mouth West Side dog outside cussing all that?
Rough mouth West Side Dog is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. Again, 252 WCMF. I got a third question that we'll get to. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this cat shelter charity in Western New York, Tyler Bass's charity of choice that everyone started donating to after he missed that field goal against Kansas City. They, in total, raked in $377,000 in donations. And we wondered out loud a couple weeks ago, how could they spend that much money? The cat shelter did an interview with the Buffalo News this week. They said they spent $1.4 million caring for cats last year. They say that the average cat they took in needed $475 in care. They helped more than 3,000 cats. I'm not saying they're liars.
I know, but
I'm not.
the other thing we're thinking about is staffing.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Because it's not all volunteer. I'm sure somebody's got to be getting paid.
And that's the third question, because it says in the story, the shelter has, Tommy, how many employees do you think a cat shelter needs?
Well, how many hats are they on hand at any time?
That I don't know. But I'm saying you got 3,000 cats a year you're caring for.
Passing through.
There are some volunteers. How many paid employees do you think they need?
4.
Okay. They have 38 employees.
Wait, paid?
Paid employees.
My
38
cat
paid
ass.
employees. That's what they say.
Scratch my ass. Y'all don't need that many people.
That's what they say.
Cats literally take care of themselves.
38 cat employees.
Somebody,
Scoop and litter.
I will say, let's say you have to take your pet, whatever the pet is, to the vet once a year. I mean, that alone is probably half the cost.
Yeah, but can't you put like 40 cats in the van and drive them?
But they're going to charge you per cat.
No, I
You're not just
I'm talking about the employees.
Check out all my cats.
No, I get it. 38 employees for a cat shelter? 38 paid
That's
employees.
That's a lot, man.
Well, but they may count the people that are taking the cats home with them as employees.
No,
I don't know.
Okay, fine.
You know what I mean?
Administrative costs, veteran?
I think you're underestimating how much work goes into these things.
I think I am. I think I am doing that. And maybe we have people that are cat people now that can help us out.
And you know what you're kind of doing right now?
What am I doing?
Hey, charity that didn't ask for this, you suck.
No. I'm not
You're
saying,
not spending the money wisely.
No, I'm not saying that.
You're criticizing what everybody else does to people who get money.
I am not criticizing the charity. I am flabbergasted. Hey, you were on my side a second ago, Dick.
Enjoying this, though.
Okay. No, I'm just questioning how much it costs to own a cat. That's insane.
I'm surprised with 2 daughters you don't have a cat.
I'm allergic. We can't.
Oh, man, you lucked out.
Yeah, I did. Take that.
As soon as I see daughter, there's a cat coming around the corner.
You think so?
Or pony.
She's a girl. She never had a cat. I'm allergic to horses, too, so I lucked out all over the place. And we can't have a real Christmas tree. That'll kill me, too. 252 WCMF. Christine's going to help us out with the cat questions. Christine?
That sounds like a cat name.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
Cats are almost expensive as dogs.
How?
Okay, I've got a Maine Coon, and
I don't think they'd like to be called that.
Well, that's what he is. He's the closest thing to a dog. He's
Okay.
the
So you almost have a dog.
I almost have a dog. Do you know how much it took and know how much it cost to remove one tooth?
How much?
Over $1,000 because he needed blood work, anesthesia,
Okay.
meds,
Okay.
antibiotics.
Okay.
Cats are just as expensive as dogs or any other animal.
Okay, but Christine, let me ask you this question then. And I'm naive to this. I'm ignorant to the cost of cats. If it costs that much to own a cat, why own a cat?
Right.
Why own a dog?
Because dogs are fun.
Yeah, I mean, you get more
Or
love.
Eh.
They always say
cat.
I mean, dogs are friendly.
I've
So
had
is
friendly
my
cats.
Eh.
I've had
Man.
friendly cats.
Old man wave. It happened.
Her mink cat. Even that
What?
name sounds stupid.
Maine.
I thought you said mink.
No, M-A-I-N-E.
What's this from the state of Maine?
I don't know.
What's it called again?
It's a Maine Coon. They are the next breed closest to a dog. My cat fetches little balls and brings them back. Very friendly.
So does Tommy.
Yeah, I know.
No, but okay. But to Tommy's point, Christine, if you're
So
bragging,
close to having a dog.
Yes, if your bragging point about your cat is it's close to a dog, just go get a dog, Christine.
I have a dog.
She's got both.
I have them too.
Like
But
a
Danny
millionaire.
Wegmans charges. Do you know how much Danny Wegmans charges you for a box of cat litter?
I'm pretty amazed that he's there handing you the cat litter when you go to Wegmans.
$17 for a box of cat litter at Wegmans.
How long does
He's
that
the most
last?
Depends on your cat, but usually if you scoop it out every day, the litter pan, and take care of them, a box of litter could last you maybe a month.
Well, her Maine Coon
Okay.
takes a lot of dumps. That's what they say about Maine Coons. They're the dumping
Right.
cat.
They are the dumping cat. So I get 2 weeks out of a litter. So for $17 times 2, and then cat food. Even vet cat food's expensive, period. So anything with a vet, my hamster cost me $70. So, I mean, they're
Okay,
all
stop.
expensive.
Pause.
Yeah.
You took your hamster to the vet, Christine?
Yes, I took my hamster
That's
to the
like taking a
vet.
Bic lighter in for repair.
Christine,
Hey,
how
you
did
know
you
how
know
I
the
got-
hamster needed to go to the vet?
Because his eye was starting to, become gross and oozy because he smacked it on his wheel.
That'll happen.
That'll happen. So, yeah, cats, all animals are expensive. Just like, they're like growing human little boys that eat the refrigerator out of house and home.
Except they're not, except they're a cat. Christine, thank you for the call. I really appreciate all the information. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
People are cat people. Everybody has their preferred pet, whether it's a dog, cat, lizard,
I guess so,
snake.
but there's a payoff to owning a dog. There's no payoff to owning a
Yes,
lizard, a
I don't know.
droopy-eyed
People-
hamster,
People will argue.
a Maine cat
Otherwise.
that kind of acts like a dog. There's no payoff.
But I
there's
don't
only
know.
dogs
I've never
are the only
owned
payoff.
one of those things.
I will
so
say
who
this:
knows?
dog is the only payoff pet.
That's not true.
You're gonna snuggle with all these other
You
things?
can
No.
snuggle with a cat.
Yeah, you know what she's doing right now? Double old man wave. You know what she's doing?
Right.
She's talking a lot. Cats are great. They're
I
fun.
know.
Yeah. Where's your cat?
I don't have a
Oh,
cat.
you got a cat. If you
I
know
don't-
cats were so
I
great.
don't have a cat. I'm a dog person,
Oh,
but I
but
understand
I
why
get
people
it.
prefer cats to dogs.
Because my
Sometimes
cats
people.
are great. Keep their gross ass stuff out of my house. I don't want a cat in my neighborhood. I'm friends with some cats. I work with cats. I like cats, but not in my house. And if I ever see a cat dating my daughter, so help me God. 252 WCMF. Kelly writes us on Instagram as we talk about this cat charity and the money they say they're spending versus the money that they got in donations from the Tyler Bass missed field goal thing.
Yeah.
Kelly writes, I just dropped $5,000 on my cat for the animal hospital. She says she has 4 cats and 2 dogs. How do you afford that, Kelly?
Wait, she gave them $5,000?
No, it said dropped. It cost her $5,000 on one of her cats at the animal hospital.
So it must have had cancer or something.
It's called cancer. It is. What?
And I'll tell you what, man. I could see spending $5,000 on a dog. There ain't no way I'm spending that on a cat, bro.
But here's the thing about cats.
No, you're not.
They go long, so you're going to be even more attached to that cat. Like, let's say it's like a 17-year-old cat.
Well, no.
That sounds like a sentence.
Think about how attached you would be to, like, 15, 16, 17-year-old animal.
No, but at that point, I'm not spending $5,000.
I'm sick of that cat.
What about dog?
I love a dog.
No, but you still shouldn't spend $5,000 to extend the life of a 17-year-old dog.
But I would be more apt to.
See, that's what I'm saying.
No, but I would make fun of you for that.
I know, but I could see myself doing that.
And you are a dumb person.
I know. But at least I have an old, crinkly-ass dog.
252 WCMF. So does your wife. 252-9263. We've gotten a couple of ladies in on this. That's what you think of with cat people.
Well, yeah.
Well, let's talk to Austin. He's on CMF. Hey, Austin.
Hey, Duffy. How's it going?
You a cat guy?
And a dog guy.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, Christine hit all my points I was going to talk about. But it is essentially like 4 little fur humans taking up your time and all your money. I don't know how much I spent on my cats, but let's just say it's a lot.
All right, so did you acquire these cats in a relationship, or you bought the cats after being a dog person?
I acquired these cats after I moved from Washington State to Rochester. They were barn cats. My at the time girlfriend, now fiance,
Those are fighting cats.
wanted cats, so I had to go along with her and get 5 of these cats. We now have 4, unfortunately. And they cost a lot of money to set up. They were free to adopt, but everything else, it's just a lot of money.
You know what they say? Ain't no free pussycat.
Come on, buddy. All right, so Austin, you have 4 cats, and how many dogs?
I have 0 dogs because I'm in an 800-square-foot apartment.
Okay, so you're a dog person, but you are being forced to live in an 800-square-foot apartment with 4 cats that are costing you, on average, you would say $500 a year.
And you travel from
like
Washington with a girlfriend and cats to here.
Yeah.
No, I got the cats in New York. I didn't travel with any animals.
Yeah, he's not stupid. He
I thought
just
he said-
lives in an
he
8.
said-
No, he said he got them when he got here because she wanted cats. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right, well, Austin,
All right.
good luck. God bless. Sorry about your cat loss on the 5th one, buddy.
I appreciate it. Have a great day, guys.
You got it. Have a good rest of the day. By the way, Kelly wrote us back after we were asking about the cost of the vet. Said the cat had a urinary blockage, and it was a 2-year-old cat. So that's why it cost $5,000.
Oh.
And she said it was a really hard decision to make because the money was tight, but she decided to spend
$1,000
on a cat.
on a bladder infection.
Well, bladder blockage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got catney stones. I am on fire today.
Yeah. Please be on fire. Don't you burn.
It would cost less to nurse you back to health, apparently, than to own a cat.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. Let's go from a household animal that people seem to love to an animal that if you saw this in your backyard, you would take your dog, your cat, your hamster, your ferret, whatever, your kid in the house.
All right.
There are going to be NFL players on the injury report for the Super Bowl on Sunday, but we might for the first time see.
What?
I've never heard of this injury in my life.
Oh.
Like somebody broke something?
No, they were attacked.
Oh.
And we'll tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There's going to be an injury report this weekend.
For
the Super Bowl. In fact, the Chiefs are they're a little bit worried.
A little banged up.
As they should. There are 3 key pieces that may not be suiting up for the game. However, there is one player, and it sounds like either one of these teams that could show up on the injury report with an injury I promise we have never seen before in NFL history.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. So we knew with the first Super Bowl in Vegas on Sunday this weekend, there were going to be some NFL players that ended up in the news, right? Like
no trouble.
It happens. Like when they had the NBA All-Star game there years ago, Adam Pac-Man Jones was arrested, I think, for a fight outside a strip club.
Okay.
But we didn't think they'd make the news in this way. Multiple sources are reporting that an unnamed NFL player was attacked by a coyote in Vegas.
Like on the Strip?
No. So it happened in Lake Las Vegas, which is about 25 miles from the Strip. The Nevada Department of Wildlife even issued a statement about what happened. They're not releasing the name of the player, but he was attacked by the coyote.
But this is what happens when you don't pay a coyote. They get mean.
So we don't know if it's a player that's actually participating in the Super Bowl.
So here's the thing.
Okay.
Both the 49ers and the Chiefs are staying in Lake Las Vegas.
So this guy could have went out for a hike.
Yeah, and
got bit.
Well, it's also possible he could have just been around the resort where they're at. So I didn't know this because I think this is newer since we've been to Vegas.
What's up?
Lake Las Vegas, like we said, it's like 25 miles outside of the Strip. It's like a family destination. There are like spas.
Like a retreat.
Yeah, you got it. Like it's a quieter bingo. And the lake, man-made lake, because, it's the effing desert.
Yeah.
So not only do you have the teams, Kimmy, the Damn it, 49ers and Chiefs and their family staying there. Based on that information, it sounds like it's one of the players from the teams that are playing on Sunday.
Okay.
How bad?
They don't say.
Or is he like mauled or just like nipped out? Or
Well, they don't say, but it was enough to issue a statement from the Nevada Wildlife Department.
Okay, based on where he's bit, I would judge somebody based on where they're bit.
Okay, what are you thinking?
Is it they're bit on the leg or something like that? But if you got bit on the hand,
okay,
did you not think that was? Did you think that was a dog?
It's possible.
Hey, buddy, what are you? You know what I mean?
Well, if you're not used to coyotes,
but coyotes have a look.
I've never seen a coyote in person,
but they kind of have a look.
Everybody that I know that's seen a coyote describes it so differently. Like sometimes they'll say it was like a big old looking like husky thing, and then other people like it looked like they couldn't tell if it was a dog, so it was so scrawny, and you know what I mean?
No,
because if it's a resort, you might think it's some family pet.
And we've seen people mistake coyotes for dogs that were like, abandoned, right?
Yeah.
And they go up and try and help and they get attacked. But what's interesting about this story, with this NFL player unnamed being attacked by a coyote at Lake Las Vegas this week, this has become a major problem in Las Vegas and the surrounding area.
A coyote?
Yeah, so apparently tourists are feeding the coyotes.
Yeah, and they're getting friendly.
You got it. And because the coyote's no longer afraid of people, if
they'll walk up to you.
Yeah, exactly. And if something goes wrong, they'll snap.
Yeah, and that's bad.
How much bad luck do you have to have in Vegas to get attacked by a coyote?
Yeah, on the Strip.
And could you imagine, like, we don't know who this player is.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if this is going to affect their status for the game on Sunday. But could you imagine, Tommy? You work your whole life. Whole life to get to the NFL.
A big dance.
You managed to land on a team. Maybe you even contributed to making it all the way to the Super Bowl. And you could potentially miss it because a few days before you got attacked by a coyote. Like, that's a kind of... Why are you laughing? That's horrific.
It's one of the most unique stories I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And it's such a baseball injury, Kimmy. Because, baseball players get those weird-ass, we miss half the season because you never see NFL players getting those weird injuries.
Fireworks.
Oh, yeah.
He still went back and played.
Yeah, he did.
Guns going off in the club.
Yeah, yeah, there have been some strange injuries, but not like full-on animal attack.
Okay, but the firework and the gun going off in the club, that is your fault.
Right.
Yes.
But this one is kind of, here's the thing, like, because I guess the whoever team this is, they're thinking they're doing the right thing. Let's get out of the craziness of Vegas. Let's get out of there. Let's see when you get attacked by a wild animal. You would have been better off staying at a strip club.
Well, I mean, but it's funny, man. Like, you weigh the side-by-side, right? Like, first of all, none of the teams thought a coyote would attack one of their players.
No, but you did say that they are having a problem with coyotes.
Okay. Well, do you think Vegas came to the Chiefs or the 49ers like, guys, listen, you got to watch out for coyotes?
That would have been a heads up.
It would be weird if they were. I wonder if this is also a place where, like, players on the Raiders live? Because did you say it's like a more of like a family?
This sounds like a resort.
It's a resort
town.
town.
Oh, it's a resort.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I don't know. It's possible there's condos and things out there.
Because I was thinking, like, I could understand, like, you're going out for like a walk or a hike if you live there. I would find it weird if one of the guys that are playing in the Super Bowl were out doing stuff like that.
Well, I don't know. So we do just based on
because they've been so busy with the other stuff.
Well, but based on some pro athletes that we know.
Yeah.
One of the traditions guys have when they're on the road is to go like walk around the city that they're in just to keep their legs from like sitting around all day.
Yeah.
So Kimmy, it's
but are they sitting around all day?
Well, I mean,
I know they're doing all the media stuff and probably practice. You know what I mean? I guess.
Yeah, but you want to clear your head, right? You want to, a lot of pressure.
A lot of mountain air out there.
Right. Oh, wow.
So based on the injury reports that came out yesterday, the Chiefs are potentially going to be without 3 key players, but none of them were because of coyote bites. So hopefully this person, whoever it is.
Yeah, you don't know how nasty that. When you say attack, you don't know what that means.
You're right.
I wonder if they were by themselves.
It's a good question. I mean, I guess I'm going to start looking at everybody's arms now to see if there's some kind of because the only way you'd see it is if they were attacked on the arm.
Will they tell us who it is? What they say?
It's weird they haven't released the name of the player, right?
Yeah.
Very strange.
Unless they're testing for rabies and they don't want to
Didn't think about that. You got to get those shots you were saying.
Yeah, the shots are painful.
In the belly.
Because again, we've said this before on the air and everyone laughs at us, but it's true. If you get rabies,
what happens?
You die.
You're dead.
No, you die.
No, you dead.
There have been less than 5 people in the history of humanity that got rabies and survived.
So when you get bit, how long you got?
2 hours.
2 hours?
No, I don't know. I don't know how long you got.
Or do you have to pee on it or something?
No.
The coyote? I think that would just piss it off even more.
I hear they're into that. It's one of them Vegas coyotes. Anything goes, baby, for a price.
Let's go from this to romance. How about that?
All right.
Valentine's Day is on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's funny. It's one of the rare holidays where if you're single, it's easier.
Well, yeah.
It may be more depressing.
But it's, there's no pressure.
No, you're right. But it will be nice on Wednesday for some people who have a husband or a wife or a boyfriend or a girlfriend to look across the table or next to them in bed and go, this is my person.
Laying down with your lover.
That's right. But let's say, Tommy, they weren't your person. Let's say, Tommy, you had to go back now.
Yeah.
And bring that person home again.
Okay.
Pick your husband, pick up your wife, pick up your boyfriend, pick up your girlfriend today, the way you are, as you stand,
right
and
now.
As they stand. Could you do it?
Oh. The way I look, everything.
Yeah, the way you look. We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Romance is in the air.
Oh, yeah. It's that time of the year.
And a very smart man once said, you should treat Valentine's Day like you never met your spouse and you're trying to woo them for the first time all over again.
Okay.
It's a good way to live.
Sure.
But it can also be a very scary proposition, Tommy. Because if that were the case, and you and your wife or your girlfriend were strangers again, you got it in you to close that deal all over again? You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:25, 9:30. First of all, it's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we got to start bitching it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Boys Theater. And a national news story that I don't understand why it's such a big deal. It's a gang of thieves.
Oh.
But they didn't steal diamonds. They didn't steal cash.
What are they grabbing?
Well, they grabbed something that I think everybody at some point in their life has stolen. And if you say you haven't stolen this, not only are you also a thief, you're a liar.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what it is.
All right.
Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Gentlemen, I want you to imagine something with us. The love of your life, your wife, your girlfriend, no matter how long you've been together.
Yeah.
All of a sudden today, you've never met. She doesn't know you. You don't know her. You with me still?
Oh, yeah,
All right, you guys are now
yeah.
you're complete strangers.
Yeah. Today, right now.
Right now, it just happened. You're strangers, never met each other, nothing happened. And you decide to go out tonight.
Yeah.
Well, you're out at that bar or restaurant or library. I don't know what you're into. Woman catches your eye.
All right.
Your wife, your girlfriend. Could you pick up your wife as a stranger today?
Ooh, that's a challenge.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are you as smooth as you once were when you guys were first introduced? Is she as physically attracted to you as she was when you guys first met? Does she have the same patience? Does she want the same things? Are there better options she would now hold out for if the two of you weren't bound by whatever it is you are bound by now? Tommy?
Yeah.
Could you pick up your wife again today?
I'm not sure she was crazy about me to begin with.
You just kind of wore her down to the point where she's like, yeah, fine. You can come live with me.
Yeah. So I don't know, now that I'm older, balder, baggy-eyed.
Yeah.
I don't think, no.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
You might be...
I've aged.
Well, but how long have you been with your wife? 10 years? Together?
Yeah.
The benefit for you is you were this ugly 10 years ago.
Oh, thank you.
No, like I'm being serious, and I don't mean this as an insult.
No, why would I take that as an insult?
Like
you've always been ugly.
No, like seriously though, you've been ugly for a long, long time. Like I don't look at you 10 years ago and look at you now and see much of a difference.
Yeah, but I've aged.
Yeah, but you were ugly, like really ugly.
I got it. Yeah.
No, I'm just like, but it helps you here.
All right.
Right? Like I mean, your personality is.
But like I like my wife listens to the show every day.
Sure, yeah.
And she always says, oh, I love it. I'm always thinking, no, you don't. You love it because you're married to me. But, like, if you just turned this show on at any time, you would have hated this show.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Fair. And she didn't know you before you met her. She'd never listened to the show ever because she's got class.
Yep.
Look, I think, and I think you could pick up your wife today the same you did 10 years ago.
All right, I'll do it.
Good.
I'm going to go over and try. It's hard. Because I'm also older and, like, I don't know.
You think you'd be willing to do less to try and woo her in your age now than you were 10 years ago?
I'm older, but there's things I can't do like I could do. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, bro. Look,
and I'm short. I got a lot of, like, deficits walking in the door.
Oh, yeah, 100%. No, you're a flaming tire fire of gross. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, visually, audibly, intellectually, all of those things. But, like, you and your wife just fit.
Yeah, I know.
Like, even when I see you guys together now, it's like you see couples every once in a while where it's like, that makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, visually, again,
I know.
Does not make sense. But when you two are interacting with each other, it makes sense. I think you could pick up your wife today.
All right. I might need you in a parking lot to give me confidence to start walking the bar.
Look, I know for most men listening, the knee-jerk reaction would be, of course, I could pick up my wife again today if she was a stranger. Yeah. But that might only be because we've never really thought about it before. Because the way that you picked up your spouse when you met for the first time, whether it was 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago, whatever it is, you probably couldn't attack it the same way today.
Of course not.
You did then.
Things have changed.
Man.
It just does. Life moves on, right?
And would age change the way you go about it, too? Just in lifestyle-wise, right?
What do you mean, Kimmy?
Well, I mean, maybe when you met your significant other, you could have been out with friends. You could have been in just a whole different atmosphere than you would be picking up somebody in their, 40s, 50s, 60s.
Okay. So you're saying
I just think like
approaching
approaching the situation could be so much different, and how you even just get to know them.
Okay. Think of how you two have changed over the last 10 years just as people. Okay. Your attitudes, your opinions, your tastes in things, your lifestyle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It all changes.
You're right. But aren't we better people than we were when we were 20, 30, 40?
The good gets gooder and the bad gets better.
I don't think that's good English. I don't think your English got gooder.
But it's very profound.
It's not profound if you say it's profound. It's like saying I'm smart or I'm funny. If you have to tell me, it's not a thing.
Because I think the best and the worst comes out on you as you age.
Oh. Yeah, I would think you get more opinionated.
Yeah, the volume gets turned up on everything on you as you age.
Okay, fair enough.
So if you're kind of an a-hole, you started out at a 5, now you're at a 12.
Turn up the a-hole.
I don't know. Let me ask you this. And I see you guys on hold. Sit tight, 252 WCMF. As we talk about picking up your significant other today if you had never met them.
Yeah.
I was a giant a-hole in my early 20s when I first met my wife. Mm-hmm. Am I a bigger a-hole now than I was at 21, 22?
You're a different a-hole.
How so?
You're still an a-hole.
Okay.
You're an aged a-hole. And a-holes never age well.
Well, they can't get any wrinklier.
Well,
you have more confidence in your stupid ideas.
What the hell does that mean?
Oh, am I touching a nerve?
Whoa, I'm sorry.
Do you think?
I backed you up, you ugly man.
You call me double ugly, whatever that is.
But it still works, you triple ugly son of a bitch.
Do you think you wouldn't try as hard, just given the fact that when you first met your wife, you were a fat guy? So you had to really rely on being funny guy, personality. You really wanted to charm her because you knew you had to.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You think I look good enough now where I could just walk up to a woman and be like,
I'm not saying that,
Yeah,
but don't you think
that?
like confidence-wise, you feel like you don't have to rely as much on personality
You dropped the
going
weight.
into it?
You dropped the weight. You worked out. You got in shape.
Yeah.
Right.
I do look great.
Your fashion sense has not changed.
Look who's talking.
Well, at least I try.
Do you? Is that trying?
What building are you going to enter with that outfit?
I'm just wearing a sweatshirt and a hat, man.
That whole outfit says service entrance.
It's a good question, Kimmy.
Right.
No, I think I would still attack. Well, look, I'll be honest with you. Like, I was laid back when I hit him. I picked up my wife outside of a show that she stumbled into by accident. I didn't think I had a shot because she was like gorgeous. So I was just like, whatever.
But maybe that's what she found charming about you at the time.
Okay. So
Nothing
I don't
to
know.
lose.
So you're saying more confidence now could be a negative in me trying to pick up my wife?
Well, because it could come across as cocky.
Yeah.
And arrogant.
Yeah. What's up, baby? Damn. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Could you pick up your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, significant other today had you never met before? Katie's on CMF. Hey, Katie, what's going on?
Not much. How are you guys today?
Good, Katie. What you got?
So my significant other, there's a bit of an age gap. We've been together about 2 years.
Okay.
I wouldn't say he's my spouse, but we've gotten to we've gotten to know each other quite well. But I think if I had met him at this age, it would have been a different situation.
So you're saying that if he tried to pick you up today, you may have been less receptive than you were when you met initially?
Maybe so.
Is he way older than you?
Well, it's Skylar.
That fossil?
Why you gotta hang that poor guy out there?
I've called before. And
I know, Katie. I'm kidding. I know.
But no, I know. But he is quite charming. So I'm not really sure if I would have been so eager, I guess.
All right, well, let's all hope that Skylar never hears this segment of the show ever.
Probably standing right next to her.
He is too old.
All right, well, Katie, no, see, here's what I want to know, because I think there's an age in every woman's head that they max out on.
Oh, yeah.
So, Katie, was it at a point where you met him a couple of years ago where it's like, I can handle this age, where if you met him again today, you love him, you know him, you've gotten to grow with him, but like that age difference today would be too much of a burden to bear?
I'm not sure if it would have been a burden, but
it might have been a little overwhelming.
Okay, all right.
But I know him well, and I love him, but maybe, I don't know, I think I've matured a little.
Okay.
And maybe I would have handled it differently today, but...
Okay. All right. Well, Katie, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Take care.
You know what? She's starting to sound like him.
Maybe there's something in the water out there.
It's got to be. By the way, men don't age gracefully as women do either. Like women grow into their age way better than men do. Men fight it differently. Like I understand what you're saying with the makeup and the facelifts and the Botox and all that stuff, but I'm talking attitude-wise.
Okay.
Women embrace their age better, I think, than men do. Men don't want to admit to anything. They don't want to give up anything. They think they can still do everything. And maybe that's charming until he falls off that ladder.
I would have agreed with you 10 years ago. But we had a discussion this morning about moms in their 30s, 40s, 50s going to Bills camp, putting on heels and trying to get the look at Bills players. I'm
looking more at the 40 and the 45 and 50.
I still think there are 40-year-old women. I mean, look at the concerts that are now starting to show up in the summertime. No longer is it just old school concerts from guys back in the day. You got New Kids on the Block. You got Backstreet Boys. You got Blackstreet. Usher is the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Kimmy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was going to say, do you mean by embrace their age, do you mean like kind of they work? Because I'm going to say like yes and no, though, because people still try to look younger, right? Like the goal is to
I'm
dress
talking
to
attitude.
look better. Yeah. What?
Well, look at your dad and mom.
Mm-hmm.
Your mom seems to be more embracing her age than your dad. Your dad sees to fight it more. Like he still wants to get outside.
I see, like
what about a guy
activity.
who plays
okay. All right, I
5
see what you're
sports,
saying.
drinks Mountain Dew, and has a kick-ass mustache,
and owns like 3 skateboards.
Never gave up that backwards hat look.
Yeah. Like he still thinks he can go do all that stuff. And
I
your
see
mother
what you're saying now. You
seems to be a more mature woman.
Lifestyle-wise.
Yeah, I think it's a maturity thing.
No, if I think of my parents, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a fair statement. But women don't find that charming?
I don't know. Maybe they did, but now as you age, I don't need this jackass anymore.
Or, hey, you're only as old as you feel.
Which is a complete lie. Which is such a complete lie. You're just not listening to your miserable body.
And you gotta listen to your body.
You gotta know your body. You gotta ask yourself, should I wear these shorts on this bicycle?
For Catalana, the answer was yes.
Absolutely.
But it should have been no. 252 WCMF. Could you pick up your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your husband if you met them for the first time today? Johnny's on CMF. Hey, Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Every morning I wake up, I feel like I'm Tommy. My wife is so far outside of my league. I don't know why she says good morning to me in the morning. If we met today, there's 0% chance she would even look at me.
Okay, all right, but sometimes it's not all about the looks, Johnny. Sometimes it's about charm, and having talked to you before, you don't have that either. But there has to be something that your wife would find attractive about you today. What do you think that would be?
No idea, because it's definitely not in my pants.
Okay.
It's definitely not in my wallet.
All right.
No idea.
So what did she fall in love with? How long have you been with her for?
Rich or something?
College.
Okay, so
Okay.
you're how,
So you
you're
met
how
when you were
old?
young.
I'm 41.
All right, so it's been, 25 years, 20 years?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, Johnny, what did she like about you when you were in college?
The only thing I did in college was party. No idea.
Okay.
I barely got out of college.
All right.
You got a good job?
Yeah, it's decent. Yeah.
You
You obviously know how to sell yourself on the radio. Got that going for you. Johnny Nowhere.
Johnny Nowhere. I love it.
So if you saw your
I
wife,
got no penis and no job.
So if you saw your wife out and you're both single, you're saying you wouldn't even approach her.
Oh, I would want to, but there's no way.
She ain't biting.
She's beautiful.
All right.
I'm very lucky.
For now. Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
By the way, Tommy, congratulations on your 14th win on Tuesday.
Oh, thank you.
14th.
I know.
Johnny, take care. All right, so going down Johnny's road, right? Like, there's no way to know, really, if you met your wife or girlfriend today, if you could still pick her up. But would you want to know?
No.
Okay, you always say no about stuff
You
like
don't want to know things you don't. You have no control over this. You don't want to know.
Okay, but see, you and Johnny both believe there is nothing that your spouses would find attractive about you today if you met as strangers. In asking that question of your wife or your girlfriend, And them telling you what they love about you would be a massive confidence boost.
How about the things they would like you to change?
Well, that I've already done by being with you for the last 15 years.
Like if you feel like you're in some kind of paradise, don't ask questions. Don't ask to see the rule book.
That's a terrible way to live life.
I'd like to speak to the manager. I'm really enjoying this relationship, and I have a couple of questions about the future.
There is something that you're...
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I would want to know. I think I would want to know.
You think you want to know till you know?
No, but what if she's more attracted to me today than she was when I was 21, 22?
Okay, but...
I got more going for me.
Yeah, but it's mostly because you're with her.
How do you
don't forget that most of the things that have floated my boat is because of my wife. It's not anything I did. I haven't changed squat, but she has elevated me, right? So
wait a minute.
What did I do?
Wait a minute. What if my wife's been holding me back this whole time?
What do you mean?
Well, I got off the road. I stopped telling jokes because she got pregnant and I wasn't going to go on the road and do comedy with a baby in the house, right?
Yeah.
So let's say I never met my wife,
right?
And then all of a sudden, my comedy career blows up and I'm selling out auditoriums, right? And Bill Burr's opening for me. Sebastian Maniscalco's doing interviews at Pat Duffy's. Brilliant. I hope I could be like him one day because my dad likes pasta. Bada bing, ow! How do I know that meeting my wife didn't change me fame and attractiveness?
How do I know? State laws.
No, but in all sincerity, like we could sit here and we
But your wife is super successful, right? Mm-hmm. You would never have in comedy the level of success she has had as one of the premier dermatologists in Western New York.
You never know. You know.
You weren't even the funniest guy when there was only you on stage.
Have a little more confidence in yourself, Johnny.
I have zero.
Tommy.
I'm not impressed with me.
No, nobody is, but you should have confidence in yourself.
I don't. I'm a very toxic. I think here's what it is. I'm a very toxic person.
No, I agree with that.
My wife says you never look like you're having fun.
252 WCMF. We have to get to Kimmy, by the way, because we've been getting crapped on here. Well, let's talk to Joe. He's on CMF. Hey, Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, so on this whole point here, I'm pretty sure my life is the exact opposite. My wife has openly told me that she would never talk to me if she met me when I was younger.
Oh, when you were younger, she would have hated you.
Oh, yeah. She was like, you were a degenerate and an idiot, and I would have never even given you the time of day. But she goes, now that you're older, you're not as bad.
So you know what that means? She's beaten you down enough to build you into the man she wanted.
Well, Joe, how old?
I wag my tail and she rubs my belly. It's okay.
How old were you when you met your wife?
26.
Oh, you're a child.
Okay, well, no, but I mean, like, there's a lot that can happen between 17, 18, and 26 years old. Okay,
yeah.
And how long you been with her for?
Today we're going to be married for 10 years this year.
Wow, happy anniversary.
Man.
All right, so a lot can change in 10 years. I mean, Joe brings up a good point. How do you know you are not a better person now? There are a lot of men who are better people now, and women as well, than they were when they were teenagers. Everyone was a scumbag in their early 20s.
True. I mean, men do dial it back a little bit with age, hopefully.
Except for Kimmy's dad. Yeah. Not that he's a scumbag, but he's still cranking hard.
He's full throttle.
Yeah, buddy. Wide open.
That brother parted.
Joe, would you try to pick up your wife if you met her as a stranger today?
Oh, I would absolutely try to. I don't even, being so long out of it, I don't even know if I would know how to talk to a woman these days.
That's another great question. Would you still know how to pick up a woman?
Oh, yeah.
I would highly doubt it. But my wife is absolutely beautiful. She's aged way better than I ever have, and she's still got it.
Okay, now we're starting.
Which is amazing. Every guy that's called today, wife still got it.
Oh, well, it's funny. Would you agree with that statement with your
wife?
Yes, so shut up, you bitch. Like, it's every guy.
Because nobody tells the truth.
So you were telling the truth?
I do.
Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Like, you can't make that statement after everything you just said, you stupid bitch. You know, we're talking about you and I here. And it's easy to, make the statements you made about us. Maybe you're not wrong. But Kimmy's husband seems like way more of a dreamboat now than he's ever been in his life.
With Wake and Bake Betty over here?
Kimmy, same question applied to you. Because
Lady Kano.
For those who don't know, your husband, for years, he had to wear you down. You've known each other since you were kids.
Yeah.
And you weren't totally into him up front.
Right. We kind of reconnected like a little later in life, but we did know each other a long time.
Reconnection.
Reconnected. No, because I remember when you guys were like early on, like he would bring up like this guy I knew from high school, this guy I knew from high school, we'd go out with him. You end up marrying the
say
effing
it
kid.
like that.
Hey, thinks he's so cool. Courtney baseball player.
No, it was a slow burn. Yeah.
A slow burn.
It
It's always a
was.
pot relay with her.
But here's
It
the
was
thing.
a slow moving thing.
Okay.
So even after he wears you down all these years, but he's in the driver's seat now. He's good looking.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a sexy hero job, as you can see over my shoulder with the shirtless calendar that will live.
He's a local celeb.
Yeah. Do you think your husband would try to pick you up now?
Oh, pick me up.
If you never met each other,
bro.
No. Because even if he
Back in the line, lady. Back in the line. No cuts.
Because
no
I don't
cuts.
know at what point in my life I just lost my social skills. But there are points when I
think
get
about 10 years ago.
there are points when like I'm talking to somebody new and I get bored with my own conversation. Like I don't know at what point I just like lost the ability to be interesting to new people. But I
But you have
lost
an
it along
interesting
the way.
job.
Yeah, I don't know though.
Yeah, no, I don't. You guys suck.
I'm telling you, like there was one point where I was like talking to somebody at a bar and I was like, this used to be fun to me. Why don't I enjoy this anymore?
You're more miserable than Tommy and I.
I'm
We're the
so
most
miserable.
miserable people on the planet.
I know.
I think you become more of a homebody, maybe.
That's part of it. I also like, as a kid too, like the way you can impress people is much different than now. Like if I was a 22-year-old woman and I was like, let's do shots, and I rip like 5 shots at the bar. Like now it's a party. If I do that now, I'm just sad.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
But I would like to point something else out, Tommy.
What's that?
Well, because like when we were talking about when men were talking, that's
When the men were
Yes, it did.
Men are
Yes.
talking,
When the men
Kimmy.
were
The boys are talking.
When the guys were describing why their wives wouldn't find them attractive anymore, right? Looks came up every single time.
Yeah.
Do you notice that Kimmy did not mention her looks once in that soliloquy she just performed? Kimmy?
Yeah.
Do you think you're attractive enough now to still catch your shirtless firefighter husband's eye?
I think I'm attractive enough to earn a conversation. Is that fair?
In what language? No, you're a very pretty girl when you try.
Yes, when I try, I think that
I will say
can.
this.
I think I can pull off a conversation.
The roast. She got all dolled up, right?
Put on my best sparkly pants.
Yes. You look great.
Those pants were awfully sparkly. All right.
Yeah, you look great.
Thank you.
But here's the thing, Kimmy.
Yeah.
And I say this, I love you like a sister, I do. Your husband's a firefighter.
Yeah. No, he gets a lot of attention.
Oh boy,
I'm aware.
does he. Oh boy, does he.
Yeah, that mustache.
Okay. So, like, it's not just about him finding you attractive. It's about you being the most attractive woman in the room that
The
is
pool
into
is small
him.
these days, my friend. The pool is small.
What do you mean?
Like when we go out, like how many single 30-somethings are there at the bar?
What makes you think it's going to be 30-somethings hitting
Well,
on your
because
husband?
you're not hanging around
Or
a bunch
single.
of 20-somethings.
You know, man.
Like, how do you sit here and take shots at us in the beginning of this break, and you sit here and go, well, yeah, of course I'm good looking enough for my firefighter
Did it come
husband.
out
you
that
ain't
way?
woman enough to steal my man.
All right, everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we've already started.
Yeah.
We've bitching it out
Just
all day.
Bunch of bitches all over
Yeah.
the place. We got Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And this is a national story because of how quickly these thieves got caught.
Oh.
And people are going, oh, how dare you steal this? But if we're being honest,
Yeah.
every single person listening to this show stolen this.
Oh, really?
At some point in their lives because it's so damn easy to steal. And we'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. I don't know why this is a national story. I'll be honest, I don't know why this is a story, period.
What happened?
Well, because, like, these guys were arrested, and I guess it's kind of funny. We'll tell you what went down, what they stole. But here's the thing, man. Everybody in the world, at some point in their life, has taken one of these without paying.
Has snagged it.
Yeah, because why would you put it here if you didn't anticipate a bunch of people trying to steal it?
Oh, what the hell got tooken?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday.
Yeah, buddy boy.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call him short or stupid or ask him how he got Geppetto to make him a pair of shoes.
These are standard work boots.
If you what work are you doing? Broadway?
That's work.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm dressed like I'm going to hand you a religious leaflet this morning because I want to tell you about the future.
See what Jesus does to your mouth when you try and hurt people?
Well, that's why I need to listen to you. Because I look like a religious little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you. Call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I'm not.
Why?
I'm not a gambler.
Oh, because you're a puss-ass bitch? Oh, I'm not a gambler. I don't want to put my money up. I don't like it because I'm a bitch-ass, scared-ass little bitch-ass bitch.
I'm Pat Duffy. I want to look like Brock Purdy's dumb stepdad who never shows up to any of his games because I'm just a non-showing-up stepdad little bitch.
Does Brock Purdy have a stepdad?
I don't know.
Did Brock Purdy's parents get divorced?
I don't know.
Poor Brock.
There's a railroad in Pittsford. It's got to be Civil War.
I'll say lots of stuff about people I know, but then I get scared about something that I won't say out loud, and I won't say about that. That's because I'm a scared-ass little bitch.
You got to watch your mouth.
When you own real estate, you get sued for things, and you got to...
I
mean,
I've got 4 acres in the country, and...
No, I'm not helping you steal.
Oh, no. Oh, my name's Tommy, and I won't steal a car and have sex with a woman. I've been stealing because I'm scared of getting caught because I'm a scared-ass, no sex in the back of a stolen car, bitch-ass, scared-ass little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to look like the head coach of a flag football team because I'm just a flag football playing little bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Okay, here's the headline.
What happened?
Thieves stole 27 bags of ice and were found before the ice melted.
Oh.
Wow, that's a quick caper.
Yeah.
So the story happened out in Ohio. It was a Family Dollar this past Sunday. They took the 27 bags of ice. We don't know why.
How sad.
Just a few minutes later, 13 miles down the road, somebody called the cops when they spotted the men who stole the 27 bags of ice. They were arrested. There's mugshots in this story.
Oh, God.
Who the hell thought that you could be arrested and mugshot for stealing $27?
Yes.
Right? Because they're always $1 a bag, maybe
yeah.
$2. So here's the thing. It's a stupid criminal story. Everyone laughs. Okay. Is there a person alive right now that hasn't at some point in their life stolen a bag of ice from a gas station?
Yeah.
Look at me in the face.
Yeah.
You ever stole a bag of ice?
So there was a place where it was like a regular rotation.
What do you mean?
So it was one of those drive-up beverage joints.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they had like the bags are outside. So you could literally pull up, not even get out of your car, open it up and throw it in the back seat and then go order your stuff, pick it up. Like you drive through like beverage stand and leave.
Yeah.
But they never saw the bag because the ice machine was so far back. I don't know how they ever sold a bag of ice.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
You ever stolen a bag of ice?
No, but I've rarely been on ice duty.
Why you lie? Why you lie?
No,
But they used to call her the ice bag.
Is this more of a guy thing? Because
Yes.
I've never been sent out to get ice.
Yeah, because women
It's
don't
always-
need ice.
Yeah, I guess you're
Women
right. Yeah.
never need ice. Men provide ice.
I think I bought ice once, and I was already at Wegmans, so I was in the store. So it wasn't
especially
like,
young women. No young girl needs a bag of ice.
All right, let me amend my statement then. Every man
Yeah.
has at some point in their life stolen a bag of ice. Because like you said, like when you go to a gas station, something like that,
It's just wide open up front.
there's no lock on it, right? You even have to bring the bag of ice inside to
No.
pay for the ice. And like nobody is going to chase you over a $1 bag of ice.
No.
And here's the thing. It goes further on the other products leaving outside of gas stations because there's 3 standards. There's the ice, there's the windshield wiper fluid that they put in a
Yes.
pyramid for some reason.
Right.
And then there's the firewood.
Yep.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Why they keep those things outside, I do not know, because there is no way.
They don't care.
It's
But why sell it then?
I know, but you don't care.
Like 80% of people Don't ever pay for any of those things. I cannot tell you how many jugs of windshield wiper fluid I've stolen. I cannot tell you how many bags of ice I've stolen. I don't think I've paid for wood in my life.
But they do cheat like the Slim Jims, like jewelry.
Well, remember, we had that story of that guy that was arrested for stealing 36
How
Slim
hard
Jims.
it was to get him out the door.
No, he got him out the door. They went and found him in his house.
Oh, that's right. They
And
tracked him down.
Yeah, he was locked up for it.
Yeah.
Like, why provide ice?
But why are you stealing it too, though? I mean, now that I look at it, how stupid it was $1. I was trying to like get on the system. Right?
Yeah, but
I'm not getting screwed over by big ice, by big cube.
But here's the thing, man.
What?
Here's the thing. It's not about what I'm saving.
Yeah.
It's about I got one over.
Yeah, all right.
Right? I don't have to take. And here's the other thing, too. If I'm just getting gas and I got to get ice, if I'm getting ice, I got to grab the bag out of the chest.
Yeah.
I got to walk it inside. It already starts melting. Maybe there's a line. Now I'm standing there. I got to hold the ice while I'm paying for the ice because if I put the ice down on the counter, it's going to get water everywhere. I'm just stealing the ice. I'm stealing this ice.
You think they'd give it to you? Like I said, an incentive to come in and buy some.
Oh, that's a good one, though, because then there'd be some dick who'd be like, I'm taking 40 bags of ice every day.
Or like my dad.
You don't know when you're going to need the ice. You're going to fill up your freezer with ice.
Yeah, I guess you can. I guess we're a society that can't handle ice. What does that say about us, as people?
No, that's a good question.
We're not even mature enough for ice.
252 WCMF. Again, this national story in Ohio where a group of people stole 27 bags of ice and were caught before the ice was melted. But I don't get this is why this is a national story, because every man in America at some point in their lives have stolen a bag of ice.
But I do have this visual of two trash Ohio boys stealing ice.
There's a woman involved, too. You nailed it.
Yeah.
There's face tattoos involved.
Like her vagina has a mullet.
Do we know what they were using it for?
No, we do not.
Ice down that mullet vagina. She's swole.
Because it'd have to be something you're using immediately.
It's a party. It has to be a keg party
Hell
or
of a
something.
party.
We got tweets coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the break, or excuse me, at WCMF Break Room on Twitter. Big Frankie writes us, bro, what are you talking about? LOL. I've never stolen a bag of ice or windshield wiper fluid in my friggin' life. So Frankie's not cool, man.
Yeah, I guess so.
Paying for ice like a sucker. Sucker paying ice Frankie is what they call it behind his back. Here's my question.
What?
How many bags of ice? Because in this story, it's 27. So they went after someone who stole 27 bags of ice. Right now, if I decided I wanted to go back to my ice stealing ways, which sounds like a Foreigner song.
Yes.
How many bags of ice would I have to take before they decided to call the cops? Because they're not calling on one. And by the way, we're not encouraging you to steal ice. Let's not test that theory. Yeah. But I don't think they're calling on one. Yeah. How many bags of ice would I have to take before the kid behind the counter dials 911?
I guess multiple trips to the ice machine, right?
Well, no, but this was one trip.
No, I'm saying like
back and forth.
Like loading it into your car.
Okay.
Because you only grab so many bags at a time.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
So let's say you could grab 3 bags, 4 bags per run. How many bags would that be?
Before they're calling.
Before they're calling.
You could probably get 4 bags of ice. If you get 2 bags in each hand, carry it over. Would they call on one trip?
Nah, I'm going to say 10 bag.
10 bags? That's a lot of bag ice.
That's only 2. It's only just over 2 trips.
Well, but you're taking 2 trips. I think they're calling on 10 bag of ice.
All right.
Because let's say it's a little bit over $1 of bag of ice, $2.
Well, it depends. No, depends on the size of the bags are.
Yeah.
You get those little bags. You get the big ass ones, like they look like a body bag of ice. Like they're like what the mafia used to use.
So it'd be more value of the ice at that point.
But it's like $3.
All right,
okay,
so say
but $3
$3 a bag.
So $30.
Like,
You're still not getting $100 worth of ice.
No.
Let's keep in mind, it's frozen water.
Yeah, I know.
It's the most plentiful resource on the planet. Hard.
Yeah.
And like, there's got to be a company that is exclusively making ice for these gas stations because all the coolers, they look exactly the same.
Yeah, it's just it's got the little penguin on
Well,
it.
there used to be the place here in town that bagged ice.
Oh,
here.
you're talking about Johnny Ice's.
Yeah.
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 Steve, right now we're getting in arguments over what ice costs.
Yeah, somebody said it's more than $1.
They can't be
but
more
again,
than
to your
$3
point, it
for
depends
a
on what
massive
size.
bag.
Steve writes us, ice is at least $3
If you get the big bag. But even at Wegmans, that little bag ain't $3.
I don't think I've spent $3 on a bag of ice. It's been a while since I bought ice, but like the one around the corner, the 7-Eleven around the corner of my house, there's no more. I spend like $2 bag.
Yeah.
$2 bag.
But it is a pain in the ass, like getting. Here's the one problem when I get ice, because every year we have parties, I got to go get the ice.
I love how I'm a popular guy. Every year we have parties. You guys aren't invited. My girlfriend's in Canada.
You've been to my house multiple times.
Yeah, but
and he always has ice.
Yeah, but it was a lame party. You invited the engineers.
The kid only drank water.
No ice.
Hey, guys, want to hang out with the engineers? Yeah, sure.
I'm always afraid I'm going to get a bag with a hole in it.
Oh, yeah.
And so I don't want to get up there and all of a sudden I'm dropping cubes out to my car. So, like, I would be the one guy that's checking each bag for a hole. I would be caught.
There's always a hole in there, too. There are always a couple pieces that escape.
Or the bag isn't sealed properly and it's leaking out the top.
Look, there's so many ice problems we've never even covered on this show. Who knew that this many men felt this passionate about ice?
Don't be an ice hole. Don't steal.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you make fun of my cat puns, and you come with ice hole?
But mine was better.
No way. I had 2 great cat puns. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. That's going to be a Wrap-A-Roo.
Audio Thursday Wrap-A-Roo.
For a Thursday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means?
Yeah, buddy boy.
What are we doing?
We going to get creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock and a whole bunch more fun stuff, I promise.
Okay.
But we're already getting the look from Kimmy. And I don't know if it's because we're late or because you and I both said.
Yeah, what just happened?
That you and I both said earlier that she was not attractive enough to pick up her husband if they met for the first time now.
Yeah.
And
No,
that's not.
Tommy made a nice. Tommy said something nice.
You were hurting for a compliment so bad that he said.
Said you're not bad when you're in sparkly stuff.
No, he said. What did he say? He said when you're all dolled up.
When you put when you put on the war paint and you put on the Glad rags, You doll up a little bit.
I don't even know what you're saying.
This is all part of like a 1940s song they would play for the troops in France to remind them of home. Putting on the glad rags, putting on the war paint, dibbity dabbity doo. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy,
War paint Kimmy?
She is still a handsome lady.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bong and Betty over there.
For Tommy Muley, who needs to give himself a little more credit. Just because you're ugly and stupid and short and have a terrible fashion sense.
You bring it up every day.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Like, I still think your wife would love you. Like, there was.
I think I dress age appropriate.
No, like.
What?
I almost was really mean, and I had to stop.
No,
myself.
go ahead.
No, this is me.
No, I think I dress age appropriate. Go ahead, take your shot.
Age appropriate if you were a sailor in the 1880s at your age.
Those guys got mad ladies.
And they died of syphilis.
That's why they were mad.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.